Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns,
Sorry about that. I guess, Alex, you had the screen. Hopefully everyone heard the disclaimer. I don't know if they saw it or not. But anyway,
How did I have the screen?
I don't know. Greetings to each and all. This is the Kesh Corona Telegram meeting in English we call the North American team. And the hosts today are Alex Skoric and myself, Mark Anderson, and we want to welcome you all. This will be one of the last programs for this year, I believe. But anyway, today's program, we're going to be getting into a little bit more about Mitra and the creator. Apparently, all over the universe, everyone talks about the creator and Mitra, the creator and Mitra. And I've never really heard the term, or maybe I have in the past, but didn't understand it really at all. And I only have a partial understanding up to this point. But being in and around the Kesh Foundation, and in the last few teachings, Mr. Kesh has highlighted more and more about Mitra. And again, the story of Adam and Eve is a little bit quite incorrect, where God created Adam and then Adam created Eve. Well, according to Mr. Kesh, the true story is that Adam is the creator and Eve is the man, or Mitra, what we call. But again, there's two people, the creator and Mitra, they have not experienced the physical death. All the other created beings have. So Mitra is very special. She will be manifesting on this planet. Her birthday is next week on the 21st. And of course, many other religions, like the Christian religion, has copied that date or came very close to it. They didn't want to be on the exact date. But we're going to be hearing more today and more understanding. And it's up to you to understand. I can explain how I see things, but we all see things a little differently. So let's see what we can absorb today from this whole idea of Mitra. And the creator apparently is there to serve and to honor Mitra, and the Mitra has collected many of the things. So we will play a couple of selections from one of our knowledge seekers in Australia. One of them you've seen before, and one of them you may not have seen. But today we're going to try to focus on Mitra, understanding a little more. I know, for example, the Vatican is built on top of a temple of Mitra, or on top of and above a temple of Mitra. In London, they also have some sort of exhibition where you can see a temple of Mitra. But apparently Iran also has these temples of Mitra, and it was quite a profound following or teaching in the whole idea of thinking good and speaking good and doing good, basically centers around this Mitraism. But anyway, it's a deep subject. Hopefully we'll learn a little bit more today. And we thought we'd share that with everyone. Is there anyone who needs anything? Oh, at this time, I will be translating. Very good. So I always do forget to speak a little bit slower for the translators. And thank you very much for your service to the community, Alenka, and your outreach there to the others. And we were just talking to someone in a recent meeting from Ibiza along the Mediterranean there. And he's also a Spanish speaker, but he was trying to learn more English. So I'm sure he'll be taking advantage as well. And if there's anyone who can take English of these knowledge seekers workshops or any of these meetings and put it into your own language, it would be greatly appreciated, because other souls who don't speak English will be able to benefit from that. And I know that goes on in the Portuguese meeting and in the German meeting and the Spanish meeting sometimes as well. So we're all trying to generate in our own languages so other people who don't speak English will be able to take advantage of these. So I just want to thank each and all of the translators around the planet who are doing a beautiful job in sharing the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation in whatever language. And apparently each language has a different field strength. So if I was to speak Spanish, I couldn't deliver it as well or in the same field strength as a native Spanish speaker, or whatever language you have. I know in Africa, I think there's about 2,500 different languages. So we do need a lot of help. And if you're here for the first time, we do welcome you, and hopefully you'll take part in many of the activities and the knowledges that the Keshe Foundation is, let's say, teaching or sharing with the inhabitants of this planet. So thank you all for being here today, and let's see if we can go right into it. At the end, we're going to play the One Cup, One Life, which is another gift that the Keshe Foundation, Mr. Keshe, has given to humanity in January of 2020, I believe. And now it's almost in 2022, but it has worked very well. So if you're wondering about these cups or what this is all about, at the end, we'll play about a 19-minute video. And if you ever need to refer to it, you can. I know there will be probably some new cups coming out in the near future as things have changed in the environment, we shall say. And so the first cup may not be as appropriate as it was, but we're still using cup one for spraying. I know the plants still like it, and there's many other uses for it as well. So let's learn more about Mitra and the Creator today, if we can, and see if we can tie all of this in together. We have you, Alex, as a co-host, so I think we're backed up okay. And here, let's just let this person to come in. Sorry about that. Let's just see who's here and take care of that. Okay, very good. So it's more about the Creator in Mitra. Apparently, they're spoken quite highly of around the universe. Here on this planet, it was quite well known at one time, but we've sort of forgotten, and some of the other beliefs and religions have sort of taken over this idea of thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. And not that Mitraism has an exclusive on that. I think you could be, all of us can be protected and benefits, just have benefits from just thinking good, speaking good, and doing good. So let's hear more. And I want to thank the creators of these videos. One of them you probably have seen, and the second one you may not have. And again, does anyone need anything at this point? I see John is here. John, could I make you a co-host? Just ask.
Yes, no problem.
Thank you very much for serving the community. And that wasn't the one I was looking for. Anyway, let's go into this one here, which is one you've all heard, but it encompasses quite a big understanding of what's going on, not only on this planet, but throughout the universe, as the creator is actually upgrading the entire creation. So we'll hear about 6 minutes here, I think, and then we'll go to another one. And again, Mitra's birthday is next Tuesday, and see if you can relate some of these teachings today to the celebration of Mitra. I know the creator honors Mitra and serves Mitra. So let's learn more. Again, I'm quite a novice at understanding it and even spelling it, but I guess there's a couple of ways that are acceptable, the M-I-T-H-R-A and the M-I-T-R-A, and both are pronounced Mitra.
Okay, here we go. In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle, and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul, or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the Creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The Creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with the new fields, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal, and the soul does not need to be engaged or to escape, to be out on its own to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality, and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension. We expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century, because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same, till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality of man, many of us will change feature, without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, man will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the field of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in myths. And then we have the soul of the creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of the knowledge seekers, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
Well, that's quite a phenomenal process that's going on. We don't have the knowledge really to observe it or become aware of it yet, but apparently behind the scenes, the creator is working that all of us, or all the races in the universe, will be able to transmute between the two dimensions, the dimension of energy and the dimension of physicality. And so it's a new soul that's being created. Mitra has gathered everything, the best parts of each soul of the created since the beginning of time. And this is really a gift from the creator. And the whole universe is going to change. The whole universe's community is going to benefit from what's about to take place. And this is a massive change. And so the faces of hate, the faces of war or warmongering won't exist anymore. I don't know if this is going to be instantaneous or a process, but I know Mitra's birthday is next Tuesday, and we're to be looking for the light in a way. And this second video I'd like to play is from the same producer, the beautiful knowledge seeker in Australia, and we elevate all the souls in Australia for obvious reasons, if you've been looking at any headlines lately. But again, there's a huge change coming onto this planet, and some of us are aware of it, but I'd say most are not. As I've said earlier, wasn't even aware of Mitra or the temples that had existed before some of the churches or temples that are built today. So it's quite a huge story and there's much to open up on it. I don't know if anyone wants to make any comments, but I know women will be taking over much of the leadership on this planet because they have such a respect for life, because they sort of create life in a way. And this is the way the planet will be going. And I think it's a very beautiful time for all of us. These changes that our souls, and all souls want peace, but we want to see it manifested here on this planet, so then we can be free to travel the universe in the same sort of manner. Would anyone like to say anything before we go to the second clip about Mitra and your understanding of Mitra? Okay, let's go to the second clip and absorb a little bit more, if we can.
Can the soul of the creator be replicated?
It's already replicated within us. You are blind.
I just knew you were going to say that. I was going to type that answer back to him. Mr. Kesh is going to say blah, blah, blah. And sure enough, yes, exactly. Could you expand on that a bit, perhaps? Might be a better question.
When we talk about Mitra, Mitra does not collect or did not collect the rays of every race in the universe, the best of, to create her child, her manifestation of physicality. We have to understand that all these rays came from the Creator. She collected the totality of what she loved from the besting of the lover to create the perfection that she can feed back to the lover. Not only I take, I give back, that we are equal in loving each other. I become the source of manifestation to show your beauty. This is why, with the birth of Mitra, we see both the created and the creator within, the soul and the soul of physicality within the intangibility of all. The beauty with the presence of Mitra is not just that the human race will see her, but every race will confess to her beauty and her existence. Because they're all collected from the same, the best. She did not collect from the soul of physicality. She collected from the soul of created, the best. And this is what it is, and this is, we've been waiting for this for the time of the creation. You call it the Adam and Eve, because we could not explain to man before. And we gave it different names, Adam and Hava, and you call it the Shirin and Farhat in different languages, and Romeo and Juliet in the others. But in essence, is giving life for the beauty, collecting the best of to show the creation of the Creator. And in so many ways, in terms of what we call scientific way, as I said before, is the same. we always said, in another way, if you understand it, you go clockwise, and then you go anti-clockwise. Where did you come from? You take from the creator, and what you get, you give back to the creator, that you're always equal and in balance, does not matter where. This is the beauty of the creation. And it's the same at every strength. That's why wherever you go in the universe, you'll find everyone speaks about the creator and point of balance, point of manifestation, point of confirmation of the love to give unconditionally. As you give me unconditional, I give back to you unconditionally. For you to get back, you have to have gravity. For me to take back, I have to receive it from you to have that gravity back. As I said many times in the teaching, if you're on this side and it comes to you, you are gravitated to. When you're on this side, you're the giver, you're magnetical. But if you are the creator, you're there. What about if you're the created? It's the same, but in a different direction. But in essence, they're always in balance. I made man to the image of myself, which means I created Mitra to be me as the reflection of my own.
Well, we want to thank Lisa very much for that. And it is a deep, deep understanding. The whole universe has been waiting for this since the beginning of the creation. So if you can encompass that within your thinking and your soul, and I'm sure your soul understands it completely. As we know, the soul has a double PhD in all of this knowledge. So there's something very special happening, and traditionally the birthday of Mitra is on the 21st of December. So we honor and salute Mitra. And that's why I brought this today. And hopefully we can all take more than we came to in this meeting. If we can do that. Would anyone like to make any comments on Mitra? I thought the women would be quite excited about this idea of Mitra, or the lover. And they're both lovers. The creator has taken part of himself and created out of the fields of himself a lover. And that lover is giving back to show that they both love each other. It's quite a very interesting concept and story. We hear about lovers and people in love, but this is at a much higher dimension and obviously spans the length and breadth of the universe. So it's a very special time. And again, we're all hoping and praying that we will see a breakthrough. And maybe that breakthrough just comes within you, as we can hear from this next clip. Again, this was in the 408th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Again, in the 411th, he continues to talk about this understanding. Would anyone like to add anything? If not, we will go to the 411th clip, which is about 15 minutes. But again, it's more a deeper understanding. And as he says at the end, this is not for the faint of heart. And much of this will take thousands of years to contemplate, he says. I think he mentions it twice. So this is some very deep understanding, but again, it's only the soul of physicality that really doesn't understand. And as we get that soul of physicality closer to the soul of the man, I think the more knowledge will be released. And as he says, you need to ask to be part of that soul of the man. The soul of the man understands the soul of physicality and has listened to it for millions of years. But now it's time for the soul of physicality to start understanding the emotions of the soul of the man. which of course is built on top of and above the soul of creator. And we're all walking around with this, even though we've been taught it's somewhere else, the soul is here, the soul is there. But through the teachings of the Keshe Foundation, we're actually finding out that the soul of the creator is within us. As he said, I made the man in the image of myself, but not in the physical dimension, but in the fields of himself. So we can go to this next clip if anyone would like to add anything about Mitra. Again, these are deeper understandings, and for people who think, he said, but again, I believe much of this can be absorbed through just the fields, if your wish is to absorb knowledge that way, the same way we absorb fields from our environment and from the universe, almost 80%.
Hello.
So, yes.
Hello, Mark.
Yes,
Dear Mark.
Shweta.
I just want to say that there was a poet that he said that a lover asked his lover, or you can say a talk of a lover with a lover. And when the lover asked, could you tell me how much you love me? And the lover says, how much I love you? I don't know, but I am incomplete without you. I feel incomplete without you. And this is what is happening with all the lovers. We are the 21st of December, this month, all the lovers will meet and understand the interdependency and the independency and freedom of love, kindness, care, light. And the day you will feel complete with the birth of Mitra from within us, the light from within us, the love from within us. This is the Valentine Day ultimatum, I will say, for all of the beings of earth, those who have waited for so long, suffered for so long, deprived of all the lovely and the love. This is the love coming out from all that is. So there was always love. There was always love from within us. We just didn't realize that. So this is what I want to say, dear Mark. Thank you. You always present so beautiful clips and so beautiful teachings. Thank you for your hard work, dear Mark. My dear Mark, I'll say. And we all love you. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening. Salam, namaste, salute.
Anytime you can come in with that beautiful voice and soul that you have.
Oh,
And they're all beautiful souls. As he said, when we get to the point where we can see a star in the other souls, irregardless of what the physicality appears at. And yes, I think this is this empty void that all of us have, that we're trying to get back to the lover. Even those ones that are flying in the UFOs, they wouldn't be flying in the UFO if they could fly with their soul. So they're trying to get back to the lover or the creator as well, or the mother. And this is the void that seems to be in all of the created beings, and we try to fill it maybe with a job or with some prestige or running for political office, or making a lot of money, having a beautiful wife. And we think this is the satisfaction that we're looking for. But over time, we find out that it's all just chasing the wind. It's, as Solomon would say, all is folly, all is chasing the wind. But I think we're finding out that this void will be filled with this love of the creator. And as the two souls come closer together, that love can be shared and expanded. And normally we call that serving one another. And in serving one another, you're actually serving the creator. So thank you so much, Shweta. Anyone else want to add a few words about this topic of Mitra, or what they would understand from it, or what they'd like to share? Again, it's a topic that I've really never heard much about until I came around the Keshe Foundation. And as we know, many things have been hidden from us in so many different dimensions and knowledges. The knowledge of man is not quite up to par of the knowledge of the universal community. I know Mr. Kesh has said oftentimes that in our level of knowledge, we couldn't hold the door for the knowledge that the universal community carries. And of course, the creator carries all the knowledge. But again, your soul has that ability and you're walking around with all the knowledge. So right now, these systems that are coming out are to basically put the two souls together. Not that one wraps around, but they're going to embrace each other. And then the knowledge will be shared from the soul of the man to the soul of physicality, as I see it. And we'll be creating perfect or very good citizens to be able to move about this planet and the universe. So it's quite a large and encompassing idea. I know most of us are so physical, myself included, that it's hard to get our mind around what is being conveyed here, but it's very beautiful. And just take it to be that your soul understands it completely. Would anyone like to add anything?
Hello, everybody. It's Salomea
Hello,
from
beautiful
Romania.
soul.
Nice to hear from you, Mr. Anderson. So lovely. I was so touched by this video, which was so suggestive to understand these fields, beautiful fields of Mitra. Mitra, the godness, a creator who is a feminine principle of the universe, of the creation, is a Fibonacci numbers, like a spiral. So I just visualize now how can be Mitra. So Mitra is a perfect field of the creator. This like a spiral. And Mitra is a common denominator of all humanity and Unicos. Last night, I had my last lesson of Alex Korik, and after I had a teaching about Mitra, and I had newcomers, more than 20 newcomers. For the first time they came. I am part of a Telegram group named The Meeting of Souls. And I put there the announcement, and I was so impressed that many people came. And they were so elevated in the knowledge and so interested on plasma knowledge, and especially on Mitra. At the end, I start to make a conclusion for them, and after they start to talk. And it was unbelievable how they understood better than some knowledge seekers. And they expressed their happiness to be last night and to learn about plasma science. And now they want to start to make their own reactors, Cap 1 and Cap 2 of life. And I hope that this will help them. I'm sure that Mitra call and his call, her call was listen in the heart of these beautiful souls which came last night. So I wanted to share with you this news from Romanian community, which touched my soul. I was a little bit ill in the beginning of this week, But after the teaching of Mr. Kesh, and especially after delivering a message for the world leaders about the coherence between heart and mind, between spirit and soul of man, between soul of physicality and soul of man, I was healed. So
Excellent.
it's not amazing. It was a wish of the Creator, because I believe so much in Mother Mitra. I am in love with her. She just answered to me right away. And I hope that she will answer to the willings and the wishes of Universal Council regarding the peace starting from the Middle East in all the planet. And I beg Mother Mitra to elevate the soul of all leaders of this planet and negotiators to understand the beauty and the power of this knowledge of the soul, which can bring abundance, prosperity, and especially love, harmony, and peace on this earth. We have everything with this beautiful knowledge, which explain how we were created from the soul. We are parts from the soul of Mitra and soul of the Creator. We are like gods. We are co-creators. Let's start beautiful humankind. Build a world which is perfect, like in our soul and our mind. We have to create a perfect world in harmony, like in the plasma reality.
Well, thank you.
Our societal model to be in synchrony with McGrath model, balance between gravitational and magnetical, between receiving and giving. So we will be so busy, as Mr. Kesh said, on offering, and we will forget to receive. When we are in love, we give unconditional from all our heart to all people in need. We are in love with all humanity as a whole. We offer from what we have to our family, humane family, to release hunger from the planet, to release people from all kind of suffering, physical, emotional, mental. Just equilibrate together with our mother and father. Because we are co-creators, we give free from our soul to all unicos, to all planet, our beautiful spaceship in equilibrium right now.
Thank you.
Mother Mitra, You are so powerful. You are so beautiful. You are so good. You are my mother, our mother. We love you. And you love all the creation. So please elevate the souls of all leaders and negotiators of peace on this earth to create a new tomorrow, to create a new period, a new golden age on this earth, based on Magrav, on equilibrio. This is the golden age of humanity. Magrav. One word, balance. Thank you very much for listening me. And I hope that the star formation from this night will change the minds and heart of people who had power to decide for a brighter future in harmony with beauty, good, and abundance. Much love to you, all knowledge seekers. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for enlightening us as well as enlightening those in Romania as well. We know that the soul is quite a mystery to most, but the Kesh Foundation has made it quite clear about this separation of the two souls and then the amalgamation or bringing together. And almost like, as Mr. Kesh had referred, this paper he's written on interatomic fusion. He said he brought it in that paper in a very hidden way. And I don't think the soul of Mitra is in for any roughness and doesn't tolerate any sort of roughness. So we're going to see a massive change come on this planet, whether it's this week, next week, or in the coming weeks to come. We'll have to see. But as we know, the Creator never loses. And it's the wish of the Creator to bring this planet into a peaceful condition so that we can join with the universal community and share and explore all these beautiful dimensions that the Creator has created, let's say. So thank you very much, Salamia, for teaching, for sharing, and just for spreading the knowledge of the foundation.
Welcome with love and hope. I'm sure that we can make a difference on this world. Our souls, elevated souls, will attract all beautiful souls on this planet. And together, as a power of the spiral, we elevate the soul of humanity together with Mother Mitra and Father Creator.
Thank you again. Is there anyone else who'd like to add anything about Mitra or your feelings or your thoughts? What's come to you in the recent weeks as Mr. Kesh has opened more and more of this topic up in a way for us to understand more? And we all do understand at different strengths and different positions because we come from different backgrounds. So I couldn't possibly understand exactly the way you understand, but I can have the essence of that understanding, let's say, in a way. So let's spend about 15 minutes and then we will have Alex come in. This is from the 411. And again, this takes a lot of contemplation and a lot of thinking about in a way. And I know we've heard not to think, but just to sense. But you'll hear Mr. Kesh, and we want to thank him for delivering these beautiful teachings to us and giving us more ability to know who we really are and to know what some of our abilities are, and those abilities are growing, and we're also sharing those abilities, the knowledge which was shared with us, because we do owe the man that's given us this knowledge.
Part of the existence of the true life within the space. We are approaching the point where the man will understand that in essence, every creature is the same. Every field of the soul of the creature is the same. But it's the creation that it changes it in the dimension of the physicality. I have created man in the image of myself, not in the dimension of physicality, but in the dimension of the fields of the souls and the emotion of the fields of the souls, the information which carried within. But man is so feeble that he thinks the Creator has 2 arms and 2 legs and 2 eyes. I gave you the eye to see, but in the dimension of the soul of the man, I gave you the field, the strength to observe, to understand the emotion of the seeing, and not to be physically to see. In time, mankind will come to understand more and more. In time, mankind will come to mature to understand the process of the creation through the true way of the life of the Creator, and not by the way man has chosen the physical dimension. Maybe one day we become mature enough, we become in a way complete enough to be able to reach the dimension of physicality, is what we call magnetic field information. And then one day in the coming time, some of us, some of the human race, the children of the Adam, as we call it, which is the Creator, might become mature enough to understand the process of the creation. We're approaching 21st of December. Many of you have set life to see the change, to manifestation of Mitra. Mitra has manifested itself in the dimension of physicality millions of years ago. But in the dimension of physicality of the soul, not in the dimension of physicality of the man. In so many ways, when it comes to time of what we call Mitra, it means the time when the man will start to understand the full process of the creation. Not only for man, but for the rest of the creatures of the universe, is the what we call the birth of the totality in understanding the love of the Creator when it's created. In coming time, many of you will endeavor to understand the process of creation through understanding the process of created. But if mankind is to achieve true knowledge of the creation, mankind has to walk away from what he understood about the dimension of physicality and life of the man in a dimension of physical life. I made man in the image of myself. I made man in the image of myself in the dimension of the soul of the physicality and the dimension of the soul of the created in the soul of the man itself. Maybe one day mankind will understand the process of the creation in true essence of it and not by the dream of it. What will happen, the way it will happen, and the way mankind will decide for it to happen to itself. Many of you will come to understand the process of the creation, the true process of creation, through transmutation and transportation of field and strength of the systems. When we transport you from one enhancement unit into another, we don't transmute anymore your physicality. We have made teleportation. we have made the condition of transformation and transportation of both the fields of the plasma of the creation and the fields of the emotion of the plasma, which has created that emotion and that physicality in the dimension of the emotion of transportation. In a way, the RNA of the RNA, in a way, carrying the information of the existence plus carrying the information of what it needs to exist at a point of manifestation or detection. In coming time, we teach. In coming time, we'll try to teach more. But for many of you, at this moment of time, all is important to see a UFO, to see you can fly. And then we talk about the rest later on. We leave it to our next generation to sort it out because we have seen and we believe in what we see. I gave an example in the recent past, and I go back to it for you to understand the reason why I gave it the example. You, knowledge seekers, and a human race would like to see a miracle, that miracle leads for you to understand, to see the light, to see a confirmation, affirmation of the possibility that by seeing the light, you see the light of the Creator, you see the light of the confirmation of the existence, and this shall show my power that what I can deliver. As I explained, and there are a number of knowledge seekers who can explain to you, I have made them to see the light. What you call the UFOs, what you sell the shooting stars. I never created the shooting star. I created the fields of the emotion of the soul, and the soul of physicality of the man reads an emotion and call it the shooting star. And we have made it possible that for 3 or 4 souls or 5 souls to see it at the same time, as we have a knowledge of the common denominator, feel the strength of the observation. For me to confirm the totality of the control is that for every single one of you and the rest of the humanity at the same time will see the same light. It does not matter if you're in the North Pole or the South Pole, if you are under the ground or you are on the mountain. Then you will understand you all have seen the light. But has that light enlightened you with the knowledge of the creation? That's questionable. Or it just happened that even man in deepest caves will see the shooting star. Because we have created that impression through the soul of the man and not through this dimension of physicality. In a way, we have put you in a state of dream. And we control the show. In coming time, many of you knowledge seekers will come to understand that the teachings of the past and what is going on now was and is to direct you to understand more about the process and of the interaction of the fields of the plasmas in the dimension of the GANs or in the dimension of physicality. Would all the ganses within the same pot decide one GANS should be elevated and they all give their energy to that single GANS? Would the shape and the emotion of that single GANS in the dimension of physicality be the same now that it has received all these energies? Today, I have opened the rigma of the life. How you can unravel this rigma, it's your level of understanding about the true level of creation. How far, to what extent, as knowledge seekers gather the knowledge of the past to confirm the existence of the tomorrow for their own soul will become the biggest battle for every single one of you. We have seen the corona and the mayhem which will come with it in the future. The strength of the emotion within you will decide if I want to be in this dimension, to be given, to be enforced, to be given, to be conditioned for my physicality to live, to be here, to accept the what it can come to harm my physicality. In that process, now, because of the realignment of the fields of the emotion, of the physicality, and the soul of the man, and understanding the interaction with the soul of physicality, you shall decide. Am I taking fields of the energies from the universe with all, not only the fields of energy, but the information carry a part of it? And what do I have to do and what do I have to give that create the emptiness for that to arrive? Humanity has entered the point of what we call creation. The true essence of creation, the true understanding of the process of creation. Maybe one day, some of you as knowledge seekers will reach the point that you don't need to seek any further, but you understand the process and you shall see the light of what I call the emotion and RNA of the fields of your existence and your soul. At that point, you are mature to see the light of the Creator, and with it become part of, as you have seen, you become part of, because by seeing you have accepted to receive the totality of the knowledge of the RNA and DNA, both with information and physicality of the existence from the source, from the point of creation. The true essence of this comes, we're approaching what we call Christmas. And we all speak about the shining star, the Star of David. Is that star a true star? Or was it to be seen by the souls and accepted by the Son of the totality of the physical life of those who wanted to believe seeing the star? And then, did that star emotion and information carry the same emotional information in every single person who has seen them? Or was it just only for those who follow the path of Christianity? Now, the question of existence takes different shape. Is the Star of David the light through an interaction of the emotion of the fields of those who wanted to see the interaction and emotion of the fields of the Creator, or within the structure of their own soul? The burden of knowledge, the burden of learning the knowledge, the burden of understanding the knowledge is upon you to understand the process of the creation of the information, motion of the soul. That with it, then you can take that and create essence of the source of communication and emotion of your physicality in any dominion and any position in the universe. Then you understand how we have lived amongst men for thousands of years, as we understood the process of the creation and transformation of the essence of the knowledge and balance energy of the fields of the soul of the man. I hope many of you knowledge seekers will mature to this point very fast. What we call the birthday of Mitra in coming days is the enlightenment of the man. The birth cycle of the creation as Mitra is amongst us, has been and shall be, in the essence of the conformation of the soul of the man, not the soul of physicality. Those of you who will want to see Mitra with your own eyes, you will see the light of it on 21st. Those of you who are expecting to see the physical dimension of the birth will have a lot to learn, as you have to convert the dimension of the physicality from the source, from the top. Then humanity in one instance will mature. The teaching of today is not for faint-hearted. It's for those who are deep thinkers, who understood the process of the teachings of past years and can manage to convert it and complete it with the interaction of the fields of the man himself. As I said before, when we were teaching the physical dimension of the reactors and whatever, we needed 3 or 4 or 5 hours of teaching. Now that we teach in the essence of understanding, 1 minute teaching needs thousands of years of understanding. It's for you to decide if you have matured enough to understand part of it or the totality of it as you have learned to walk. Now you have to explore the ground. Break, if you'd like to go through a small commercial break, then we come back. And then we'll carry on answering questions, because understanding a teaching of today needs many, many thousands of years of contemplation. Are you ready to go through a break?
Wow, that was a tremendous amount of knowledge. And again, it's how you understand it and how you see it based on your level of understanding. And if your emotion wants to see it or see the light, it's a tremendous teaching. And as he said, thousands of years of contemplation. But it's what this means to each one of us as individuals, and of course, as a collective. It's all about this process of transmutation and transportation. I think that's a part of the corner of understanding this beautiful knowledge, that once you understand this, that life does become eternal. And again, it's the responsibility of each one of us to create that enlightenment within ourselves. So I hope you've taken something, and your soul has taken something from the words of Mr. Kesh, and shares it with the soul of physicality, and starts this sort of amalgamation process. And with Mitra being here, I think it will help. The systems that have been created will also help. But again, I think he's teaching us that we are able to do this without any systems, without any of these special transportation or transmutation units and so on. So it's quite a profound time. And again, it's between you and the creator and your emotions of what you want to see and how much of it you want to unravel. So I think I'll leave it there. If anyone would like to add something, please feel free. It is quite a huge knowledge to comprehend, and we're just sort of at the beginning of it in a way. And it's all, I can't make you understand what I understand, and I wouldn't try to. But it's for you to go inside and do that discovery. And Mitra is here with us. So it's a very beautiful time for all of us and all of humanity. So we can open the mic if anyone would like to say anything about what you've just felt or sensed, but I think it's this completeness that we've all been searching for. And again, we try to think it's in money or houses or other things, but none of it's there. It's all chasing the wind, but it's trying to find this transportation and transmutation understanding that gives us this enlightenment of the creation process. And it might be a little bit scary at first, but I think we'll get through it. And that's why it's being delivered for a very special reason. And I don't understand it all, but yet I want to understand it all. And I think if you want to understand it all, you will achieve it. But again, that decision is left up to each one of the knowledge seekers to complete. So thank you for listening. And I see Alex has his mic open.
Good afternoon, Mark.
Oh, thank you for joining us today. I was just asking, is there anyone who would like to say something? Again, it's quite an interesting topic in understanding this totality, but I think that once we've done this transmutation and transportation one time, again, we'll understand more of the totality in the process of the creation and the creator. And again, it all depends on what you'd like to do. So thank you so much for listening. Alex, I want to welcome Alex. Again, he's been delivering teachings about the process of creation and the creator for many, many months now. And I want to thank you, Alex, for always being there and always having a unique teaching for us to understand more. And if you'd like, I can play the disclaimer
Yes, please.
once more, and then I guess you can go right into it. We've been trying to consolidate these teachings into a little shorter format. We know everyone's time is valuable to them, but again, this knowledge is so precious. We want to just thank all the souls for being here and sharing. And even if you're not communicating verbally, you are sharing on the soul level, as I understand it. So thank you, beautiful souls. Let me play this, Alex, if I could. Just adjust the volume so it doesn't come in too loud. Okay.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome, Alex, and that should give you a full coverage of anything you're about to say in this teaching. So thank you very much for your time and joining us today. And to all the teachers, Jalal Salamia has come forward and is sharing. And as Mr. Kesh said, we're all students and we're all teachers. So feel free to share the knowledge of the Kesh Foundation and what you've understood. And Alex, welcome again. We want to thank you for always being here, as I said earlier, and for just sharing from your heart and from your soul. as you understand this knowledge. I don't know where you're going today, but wherever it is, it'll be a pleasant journey. We'll open it up following that for some questions and answers. And of course, we didn't go into the spraying, which I'd like to do and mention a little bit about that, but we can do that afterward. I know Ed would also like to come in and show us more about sharing the link and inviting others to join in this beautiful knowledge in this platform of sharing and sharing the knowledge of the foundation for the benefit of others that have no clue or any awareness, just like we didn't before we came to the foundation. It's opened up a whole new dimension for all of us. And again, it means different things to different people, depending on your level of understanding. So thank you, Alex, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mark. And of course, it's a beautiful Sunday afternoon in the universe here. So we've gone through the disclaimer, and of course, YouTube is also having issues with respect to governing what they wish to proceed with. So it's a memo to everybody here that this information is not prepared in any way to go to YouTube. And if you decide to do that, you do that of your own free will. And it has nothing to do with us here at the Keshe Foundation TV Spaceship Institute. This is where science meets the soul of man for peace. And that's is a large statement, and it pretty well encompasses everything that we're trying to achieve. And as we're trying to add the badges of the various countries coming together, people have to start to realize that this is one nation and one planet. And, you know, we can either pull apart or we can pull together. And we all have that individual choice. So this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teaching on plasma science. This part is the, someone tell this guy how to spell. There we go. How long has that been going on? So this is the advanced knowing, which includes knowing how to spell. Plasmagen, and we've spelled that correctly. Plasmagen state, that's the topic today. My name is Alexandra from Canada. This is December the 19th, 2021. This is a presentation of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. It obviously includes Canada, the US, and Mexico. As we say, the North American teachings. We have a new state, unfortunately, and it seems to be growing. This is the United States of Emergency, where we have obviously a worldwide state of pandemic, mudslides, flooding, tornadoes, and amongst many other things. And this is not something that we're happy about or proud of. And this is the goals of understanding with respect to the advanced knowing how to eliminate these states of emergency. These teachings, of course, are for everyone. And we know that numbers-wise, there are more people who don't know about this than those who do, despite the fact that we've gone through thousands of hours of teaching. And so in order to distill those thousands of hours of teaching into something that is more bite-sized, shall we say, I put a list here of the pathway so far that we've gone. And we have 3 series. There's a teaching series, an understanding series, and a knowing series. And each one of those allows us to do a basic, intermediate, or advanced part of that teaching. And as such, we have now crossed the bridge, the intermediate knowing bridge, into the advanced knowing bridge. And as such, the classes are moving forward. And as we found last week, they were moving forward at the speed of light. And now today, I'd like to talk about the plasmagen state. And I want to welcome all the knowledge seekers from the One Nation all around the world. It's an honor to be able to present to you today. So this is one of the first trips of the Plasmagen Travel Agency. And a lot of people are confused. I don't know why they're confused, but you know, the thing is, we're all born to Earth. Too many of us don't know how we got here. And what makes matters worse is we don't care to know how. But, you know, we were born for a reason. Too many of us don't know why. And even worse, we don't care to know why. And some of us want to travel to Mars. We don't know how, and we don't know why. And we don't care to know why, because really, we don't care to know why we were not born to Mars in the first place. So this is another state, it's a state of ignorance. And ignorant means unaware. But ignorant also means aware but unwilling. In other words, you can't cross the bridge, or you don't know how to cross the bridge. And even worse, you don't want to cross the bridge. So for knowledge seekers, it truly is time to get dirty and not be fearful of that, because we have waterfalls to wash us, so that when we come out clean, we'll be looking good, dressed properly. And the new tomorrow is just around the corner. Yeah, December 21st, 2021. It's a very important date, more than symbolic. And as such, we want to say that this is the last teaching of this particular class before that date. And so we're looking forward to see what happens after that date. In the meantime, we want to welcome you to the Plasmagen Travel Agency, where, you know, we were all born to Earth because we are soul travelers. We are born for a reason, because we are universal functionaries. So I would like for you to please proceed to the departure lounge and have a nice trip. As we've discussed, terminology is so important, and it's natural plasma. It's always been a natural science. And as such, the terminology has evolved so that we understand that we have three dimensions: the transmission, the transition, and the transmutation. These involve the X, Y, and Z axis. They're represented by rotation, polarity, and field strength. And all of these manifest themselves in a plasma at its core. And because of that, they manifest a position. And that position is a result. But when that plasma becomes dynamic plasma, then there's an interaction. So there's an interaction between plasmas, and that's the dynamism. And so all of this has to do with energy and motion. Energy and motion always being positive. So what we want to discuss is the direction of motion, and that's where the charge comes in. And we can go through various dimensions. Some of them are soul dimensions. Some of them are emotional dimensions. We're very familiar with the ranges on this planet, physical dimensions. But within these ranges, we can transcend. And so, because this is part of the advanced knowing, we'd like to bring together what we talked about last week, which is the universal fudge factor. This is where man's knowledge goes into the infinite zone, where we don't really understand, but you know, we try and explain it. And so when we look at the difference between the three-dimensional world as a plane and the three-dimensional world as a sphere, and then we start to see that we're having problems. And so last week we talked about the relationship of the perimeter to the circle. And we found that there's a relationship between what we call pi, which is the 3.14 fudge factor, and its relationship to the diameter of the circle. But pi itself is an irrational number, so that means it never repeats, it never comes to its completeness. It just carries on into infinity. And so for simplicity, we just say it's pi. And actually, this infinity is our vanishing point, where we have the convergence between the physicality and the plasma state, and our perception of what is our physical reality and how we view that. So we're just going to delete a few things, and let's just look at transmission and transition, because those are the basic two axes. They involve rotation and polarity. And when you put them two together, they create a crossover point. This crossover point is the perpendicular vanishing point. And where does it go to? And for some people, they say, well, this is just a pie in the sky. However, a lot of people in their physicality all know about target practice. We need a different kind of target practice to understand that physicality is not on this page. Emotion is, soul dimensions are. And so we need to develop a different kind of target practice. And let's delete and add a few other things. So now when we look at what is transmutation, which is the field strength. So within that field strength, not only is a direction of flow, but a strength of flow. So the direction of flow is the gradient charge, positive or negative. But the charge gradient is the strength of flow, magnetical, gravitational. And so there is a relationship, a plasma relationship, and there's a dynamic plasma relationship. So the plasma relationship is at the core, and the dynamic plasma is the dynamism of interaction. And all of this has to do with energy and motion. And when you have this energy and motion, then you have to discuss how we get 1 and 1 becoming more than 2. And that's called synergy. And so there's a relationship between synergy and then what we call susceptibility. So synergy and susceptibility are relationship references. And these relationship references, from our basic understanding of the ranges on this planet, which for us is between the ground and the sky, and that's our physicality. But we can transcend this. And transcend to what? So we have a soul. And that's the essential you. The soul of the man is the essential you. And the soul of the man is the interaction between what we're going to talk about today, the plasmagen state, and the mattergen state. The soul of the body, well, that's the surrogate you. And that's the interaction between that plasmagen state and the environment state, which is the small m matter state, the physicality. So this is the reference relationship soul. And then this is all discussed in scientific detail in the basic 3 books by Maranteva Kolikesh. Book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. Book number 2, The Structure of Light, that takes us from here to there. And I hope you're enjoying this trip. I'm not sure where you're going, but at some point there was the origin of the universe as outlined in book number 3. And somehow we've been continuing on this trip. And so what this trip allows us to do is that we now can understand the creation of the universe. We can explain how the universe was created. We've always known that it exists from energy, and we've always known that energy is always in motion, and as such it has a charge when it's in motion. But we have to understand, when we look at the cover of book number 1, The Creation of Matters, we have the amalgamation of matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And that's one plasma state. When you have 2 plasma states and you have an interaction, the infinity loop is the dynamism. And you can see it's very important to look good. So really, as simple as it gets, it can't get much more simple. Otherwise, this page would be blank. Plasma science deals with magnetical energy forces of attraction and repulsion. But they have to go from somewhere and go somewhere. And so that involves a combination of attraction and repulsion balancing, and that can be done magnetically. There's a repulsion attraction creation that can be done gravitationally. And we call one creation and we call one decay, which is an unfortunate word, but it really is indicative of what is going on, because both of these emanate from a Margrav position. And so if its creation is magnetical and if its decay is gravitational, but it is from somewhere to somewhere, or to somewhere from somewhere. And so it's a 2-way street. And that 2-way street means that we really have to decide what we are emitting and what we are absorbing. So what we emit is our magnetical field forces of natural creation. What we absorb are the gravitational field forces of natural decay. And so when we look at ray creation, which is preceding the creation of principal matter, one way is through the natural decay of the neutron. In the natural decay of the neutron, we create an electron-proton combination. So you understand that in the nuclear decay, we have a nuclear creation. It's a 2-way street. So if we are creating and releasing a PM tick, and we create a structure, a substructure, that's a creation. But if we decay, we're still releasing a PM tick and we're still creating a substructure. And it's still creation. So this motion is a magnetical residue. And the synergy and susceptibility of this magnetical residue is what we call attraction, which is gravitational. In other words, the convergence of energy. or its repulsion, which is magnetical, or the divergence of energy. And somewhere in between, there's an independent variable, and that's you. And we find that the universe is interdependent because plasma fields interact. There's a dynamism between plasma fields, and it affects everything. So the universe is interdependent. And now, of course, the problem we have on this planet is that we're trying to be interdependent with undependables. It's nice to be independent because that is a quality, a good quality. But to be undependable is not a good quality. And we make choices. So the cups of life help us navigate through these choices. And as such, we review them every time. And the reason for this is because for the new knowledge seekers to understand that the cups of life are essential. They're not called the cups of pandemic, they're called the cups of life. For the mature knowledge seekers, we sometimes take for granted and we forget how important the cups of life are. It's the cups of life that not only protect us in our physicality, but allow us to continue building the peace dome around this planet as we all spray our plasma water and look for the universal connection of the field forces that, as you see, come out of one cup where we've taken the physical components of a zinc plate, copper coil, nano-coated copper coil, and we've created this, what we've been talking about, a magnetical field and a gravitational field, and the relationship between those two fields. But we can create other cups. And so the second cup, we substituted a copper plate, and we still created a magnetical field and a gravitational field. These are the two most important cups for us because they represent our physical and emotional state. And also because the current state of emergency, if we're still dealing with that, we have to keep these batches apart, at least 1 meter apart, because there's an emotional component, there's a physical component. But once we're done with that, and we've scientifically proven that we can get rid of that within 30 minutes, we can put the two cups together representing the cups of man, and we see that the emotion, which is the higher energy, is the gravitational taker. And the physical, which is the lower energy, is the magnetical giver. But how can the lower energy give when it's a lower energy? So fortunately, we have a soul. And that soul directs us. And as you can see, we're there in the background. And each of these cups has a magnetical gravitational field with an attraction point for the soul. And collectively, they have a magnetical gravitational field. And collectively, there's a soul, two souls. And these are the limitations that we have on this planet, is understanding that we have two souls, is understanding that we have a soul of the man that resides in our brain, and we have a soul of the body that resides in our body, and our brain resides within our body. So our body is the transportation vehicle. So what's happened in our brain is transportation, the transformation into our transportation vehicle. And what is the relationship? Well, between the plasmatic field of the sun and the plasmatic field of the earth, and there is an attraction point in between. And this is how we got here, and saying, well, we've got here, where are we going now? So I just need to warn everybody that we're going into uncharted skies. You know, I know we all like to follow the leader, and I hate to tell you that I'm not the leader. I'm just a student. And I've got the same problem that all of you have. So some say that seeing is believing. Well, that's not good enough. We need to sort things out. We need to elevate ourselves, and we have to understand what exactly we're looking at. So our point of view is on this planet, and that range is between the ground and the sky. But now we've found that we can actually go through different energy states within that range. We don't even have to leave this planet to go into different states. We just have to understand what's our relationship, and our relationship is our point of view is from our dynamic plasma state, and our point of view is to the energy matter state, the lowest energy matter state, which is the physicality. All of the states in between have an energy state. However, we can transform into plasmagen state, or we can transform into a transportation state. So one is an energy field that we can't touch and can't see, and one is an energy field that, oh, well, yeah, we can touch and we can see. But they both derive from this dynamic plasma state. And so we have to become skillful that when we look at things, we have to understand what we're looking at. And not only do we not necessarily have the skill or the equipment to verify, but sometimes even when we, let's say, put some tea in our cups, we don't know if there's sugar in the tea, and we don't know if there's scans in the cup. So this leaves a lot of questions. And it determines our susceptibility. So the thing is that something is something. Nothing is nothing. Something is always something as opposed to being something else. Well, how do we know this? If we can't see it and can't touch it, well, here we are. We know how to create GANs, and we only talked about a few types of GANs. But even still, there is a field force in the GANs, and you can see in the right-hand side picture, there's a hole in the GANs. Is there a soul in that hole? And this is so. If you say that seeing is believing, how can you believe something that you can't even see? Well, that's not a good excuse anymore. You see, because we have soul systems. So there's a soul of the man system and there's a soul of the body system. With respect to the soul of the body system, we know that it exists because when we go to sleep, we have a silver cord that connects, and this cord is a springy connection because it allows us to experience the art of dreaming. And as we become better at this art of dreaming, we can do this like in everything. It involves practice. And we get a chance to practice because the springy connection pulls us back in the morning, pulls us back within our body, and we can carry on. And we can carry on with the product of the benefit of the art of dreaming. What we're talking about in general is plasma feeding. So one of the ways we can do the feeding is with the cups of life. But if we go into outer space and go into longer trips, we can't carry the food with us. So we have to develop other kinds of feeding systems. So the difference between our earthbound feeding system, which in this case, maybe 5 cups, 5 ganses, 5 plasma energies. Or we look at the spacebound plasma feeding system, which may involve 400 cups or more. And the synergy developed from these 400 cups or more. So you can see that there's a lot more complexity when we're going into outer space. But for us earthbound folk, we just have to understand that our physicality is actually a feedback system. So we are deriving energy from the universe, and we're interacting with our environment. And then as a result of our interaction with that environment, we are feeding back to our soul. And so when we see the representation of the stacker unit, and we can see that from that stacker unit, that helps our physicality. We could call this a spine tingling experience. It's a plasma feeding experience. And when there's a feeding, likewise, there's a feedback. And so if it's feeding back, wait a second. If the gravitational is feeding to the magnetical, then how can that feed back? So it cannot feed back through the same plane, can it? It has to go through a different plane, even a different axis. So there is a feedback system between the principal matter and the feedback from what? Our physicality, which is the interaction with our plasmatic condition and the Earth's plasmatic condition, or the product of the inertia. So between our principal matter and the product of the inertia is our transition zone. And that is the point where we have the meeting of the feeding and the meeting of the feedback. And it's our crossover point, isn't it? So because this is an advanced knowing class, it's giving us an opportunity to really get into this particular point so that we understand what it means to be a magnetical giver. Well, a magnetical giver is the giving of energy as such from the soul to the spirit. But the soul doesn't just give to the spirit, it also gives to the body. So this concept of giving is unconditional and is not targeted. Except to say that it's targeted based on something else. So the spirit then is a magnetical giver to the body. Is that it? It's a giver to the intention. This is the target. This is the general unconditional giving, the giving of intention. What is this intention? This intention is for life. And we talked about this intention and the strength of this intention, and we called that the speed of life. And so as we go through these various states, we end up going into lower states. So now we have the body state. Well, if the body state is the lowest energy state, the physical body state being the lowest energy state, can it give? Yes, of course, it can give to the intention. And it can also give to itself. So if it succeeds in doing this, then we have peace and prosperity. And if it fails, then we have chaos and cancer. Well, if that's the magnetical, then what's the gravitational? Well, the soul can take energy from the spirit. Wait a second. The soul was giving to the spirit, now it's taking from the spirit. Yes, because this taking is the feedback. And if it can feed back from the spirit, well, it can also feed back from the body. So the spirit, obviously, is feeding back from the body. And what is it also? Well, the spirit, of course, is feeding from the soul. So the spirit is kind of in between, right? It's in the transition state. It's getting energy and taking energy from the soul of man, and it's also taking energy from the physicality of the body and its interaction with the environment. So, well, obviously, it's easy for the body, right? The body is a taker. The body is taking from the spirit. Okay. But it's also taking from itself. And if it's not skillful enough, then this taking becomes a form of robbery. So we talk about skills to learn. So to understand plasma feeding in this context, then we have to know that the giving is a feeding. And the taking is the action of being fed. In order to be fed, you have to be on the receiving end. So now we have a concept where we have a magnetical giving to what? A magnetical giving to a gravitational receiver. But the gravitational is a higher energy. And so the gravitational is the giver. To what? Well, it's obviously giving to the magnetical receiver. So we have duplicity here. And so we have field strength and we have charge. But see, the thing is that they're not the same thing. But they both indicate a direction of flow. So the giving of or the receiving of is a susceptibility based on field strength and charge, based on field strength and charge. So when we talk about the plasmagen feeding, we have a reference of a plasma state. You are the plasma state. And so you have an internal feeding. And so you are gravitational. And so, however, the gravitational gives to the magnetical. And so the magnetical becomes the receiver. From what? So to understand the plasmagen feeding, it has another dimension, a dynamic plasma state. This is the interactive feeding. The interactive feeding involves a magnetical giver. To what? To a gravitational receiver. So when we look at how life is created and we want to understand, so we see that if there's an energy field, we have to determine this energy field and its strength. So the strength of the first energy field is the amino acid. And that is connected to the strength of the body of the soul. I'm sorry, the strength of the soul of the body. The amino acid is connected to the soul of the body. Well, the strength of the soul of the body is connected to the strength of the soul of the man. And the strength of the soul of the man is connected to the totality of the universe. And the key word, connected. So when we look at our physicality, and just to understand the concept of energy seeking a path, we see that we have our energy coming in, energy going out, going around. And if it doesn't have the susceptibility, it'll just go right on through. All of this is the representation of emission and absorption of the magnetical energies of repulsion and attraction. And so in one direction it's magnetical, in the other direction it's gravitational, and it's a two-way street. And so we know it's a two-way street because our range is between the ground, the crust of this earth, and the magnetosphere. And the energy that feeds us here comes from the core. And every day is another day. And it's stable. And the reason it's stable is because of this feeding system. And so we've come into this arena of life. But there's some who's question who is the player and who is being played. And so we all like to be entertained, right? Life is a carnival. Life is a circus. But some of us even like to watch the clowns in action. But the clowns know that we have suckers born every day. So step right up and tell the universe to shut up. Well, we're in the earth arena. And we have a convergence of forces here. And in this convergence of forces, as we say, we have our little battleground between protoplasmic idiots and universal functionaries. So you have to decide which you are, and you have to decide which position you have, and you have to decide how do you get from here to there? What is the transitory field strength? The transitory field strength between the descendants into the physicality, which is represented by the light mass, or the ascendants into the soul mass. And then you find that there's a transcendence and a crossover point between our dream state and our awake state. And we reference that as an aminogen state or a post-amino acid state. And the reason for this being is because there's a non-tangibility and there's a tangibility. And the crossover point is the transcendence. And the decision to transcend that is enacted in the cup of inertia, and it interacts with the cup of the soul of the earth. And both cups have a magnetical and gravitational field. And then both cups work with the three cups of man, the cup of the emotion, the cup of the physicality, and the cup of the soul. And collectively, they all have a magnetical, gravitational relationship and a soul. And yep, that's us in the background there. We're there somewhere. You can see it. However, we talk about the soul disconnection. And this soul disconnection is this energy transit that goes between all the different energy states. So the complete transmission of this energy involves the combination of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter. But it is possible to exchange energy in a limited fashion. And we've proven that because life exists on this planet. But life also exists in the universe. And so what is that relationship? Well, the relationship is the way we're doing things on this planet are disconnected from the soul of the man. Because the soul of the man is connected to the creator. And the soul of the body has intermediaries. And if these intermediaries are dysfunctional, well, then guess what? We're having trouble understanding the difference between heaven and hell. But the point is that heaven is on earth. And so what we need to do is to open up our souls to allow this transition where the right hand is the giver and the left hand is the taker. But we have to understand that we have to give to receive. And we also have to understand that there are fudge factors which are limiting us in our transition. And these fudge factors need to be accounted for. So when we look at the creation of principal matter, we know that it comes from the PM ticks, which is the energy flowing throughout the universe. And flowing throughout the universe includes the range on Earth. And when these PM ticks interact, they create a force field, which we call, when it's in balance, we call this a maggraph. This is the essence of creation. And this creation does stem from our dreams. We just have to understand our point of view when we're discussing this. So when we discuss in our elemental conditions, we try and understand how things work by tearing things apart. So when we look at the periodic table of elements, we see all of these elements, but do we understand how they all work together? And one of the problems has been is the foundation of the knowledge, because it didn't add up. So we discovered a new atomic mass, where the periodic table of elements knows that the mass of the neutron equals the mass of the proton plus the mass of the electron. But what we can't see is the mass of the PM ticks and the total mass of the combination of the matter, antimatter and dark matter. And when we add all of these together, that is the totality, and that is achieved through this energy level, balance, and positioning. The balance being a maggrav, the positioning being a plasma, and the totality being the dynamic plasma. And so we're at the watershed where we understand that the limitations of science have now been pushed over to the leeward side, and we're in the windward side, where we have now, we're building up and understanding the study of nuclear decay. and we're understanding the principles of carbogen and the aminogen and the plasmagen and its relationship, right? The magnetical gravitational relationship and the energy that is flowing. And so when we see our point of view, and we're saying, okay, our point of view comes from our dynamic plasma state, and our interaction comes from the Earth's dynamic plasma state. And there are states all in between. So this transition of energy comes in the form of an energy pack. And that energy pack includes all the dimensions of transmission, transition, transmutation, the dimensions of matter, dark matter, antimatter. And so we've made the connection, we've crossed over the bridge of connection, to understand that there's an aminogen state and a post-amino acid state. And so the PM ticks are the magnetical giver, and the maggrav is the gravitational taker, and there's a transition zone in between. Well, let's understand this a little bit better. We said that when two forces come together, they create the basic dimensions. And when these dimensions have enough field strength, they create a plasma condition. And one plasma condition interacts with another plasma condition. And then when these plasma conditions elevate in field strength, they become dynamic plasmas. So it's not one dynamic plasma, there's other dynamic plasmas. But the thing about it is there's a dynamic plasma interaction. This is the plasmagen state. This plasmagen state is the interaction of dynamic plasma fields, but not just one-to-one, but as compared to the rest of the universe. And so how are we in our little tiny perfect world interacting with the rest of this? Well, too many of us don't understand that something is something. Too many of us believe in nothing, and nothing is nothing. Too many of us believe in the black hole of the soul because this is what we're seeing. And, you know, it's very important to look good. And so I would say, hey, good looking. But, you know, whether you're good looking or looking good, it depends on the eye of the beholder. It also depends on even if you're looking. Because if you're not looking, then what difference does it make? Well, it makes a huge difference. It makes a huge difference in our understanding. So this subject may be kind of eerie, and that's us in the background there. We're kind of spooky, right? And create a condition that makes you kind of spellbound and say, well, it's a plasmagen giver. From your point of view? No. From your point of view is an interaction of the fields around it. You're a plasmagen receiver. So this is the difference between being spellbound or being spacebound, is understanding the giving and the receiving relationship. And so when we look at the star formation, and when we talk about doing soul meditation, so we have to understand that there's a difference when we say, amino acid oxygen and aminogen oxygen. There's a difference between amino acid hydrogen and aminogen hydrogen. There's a difference between amino acid nitrogen and aminogen nitrogen. And there's a difference between carbon, which is like a lump of coal, and carbogen, which is the connector to this universe. So if you understand how to provide this pattern, then you understand how to get the energy. Because the manifestation of this pattern is the plasmagen state. And whether or not this plasmagen state manifests into physicality, well, that's a different story. So the plasmagen state is actually an opportunity for a change state. But, you know, we have to understand that there are different kinds of change states. And so different kinds of beings have different kinds of skills. So we know that we have the skills to transmutate because we were born. Hello. But some have the capability to go through transmogrification. Well, what is that? So if we look at the transmutation of the elements, so the transmutation of the elements is the creation of a form artifact. And that form artifact is the interaction of the gravitational field of the plasma with the inertia. And that inertia then creates a splitting of the antimatter into light matter and dark matter. And then when you have a scintillation, that becomes the manifestation of light mass. All of this becomes the transmutation of energy. So the transmutation of elements is the transmutation of energy. However, some do it differently. They manifest themselves into physicality. And then they re-manifest themselves into another kind of physicality. And they do that within the inertia fields of this range. So when you say that life is for learning, we can learn a lot from the butterfly, because the butterfly changes from a caterpillar to a butterfly. And if you're ignorant, you would say, well, those are two separate beings. But they are the same being within the same physical condition, within the same physical range on this planet. Why didn't the butterfly transmutate into a butterfly? Why did the butterfly transmutate into a caterpillar and then go through the stage of transmogrification to become a butterfly? So, you know, we have lots to learn. But one of the things that we are talking about is how we can go beyond the dream state, because there is a beyond the dream state. And what is our relationship with the rest of the universe? So we find that we have different domains. So we understand that our Earth domain here is what we call Earth space. And then what we see in the space domain is really only part of the inner space, because that is the tangible space. What we don't see is the non-tangible outer space. So what we are trying to figure out is the extent of our domain, which is from our Earth space, which we're intimately familiar with, to outer space. And what we have is a daily occurrence where we have a transition between our awake state and our sleep state. And this affects our awareness. And so our awareness and our activity is to balance our inner space, which is our conscious state, and balance that off with the outer space, which is our unconscious state. And we know and we can trust this unconscious state because we were born. We are, in fact, soul travelers. And so when we look at our tiny little perfect world in man's universe at the bottom right-hand corner, and we see that little tiny red dot, and we say, well, that's our tiny little perfect world. Well, it's very tiny, that it is, but the rest of the universe is well organized and it's much bigger. And so let's just clean this picture up a little bit so that we can understand it better, because there's a lot going on here. So what we're saying is that there are different plasmagen states. And each plasmagen state has a gravitational magnetical relationship. But clearly, the physical state is the lowest energy state. The soul state, the soul of the man, is the highest energy state. And the soul of the body is the intermediate state. And each of these three states has a magnetical gravitational field strength. And it's a two-way street. So what we're seeing is we're seeing the energy coming from our soul, coming to our spirit, coming to our body. What are we doing with our body? Okay, because now that energy is like a hose with a nozzle on the end of it that is not only holding the pressure back, but in some cases, the nozzle is cut off and the hose is flapping all over the place. So not only are we leaking, but we are losing energy in a massive way. And as a result, we are limiting our creation. So if we understand how we got here in the first place, so it was the soul of the sun and the soul of the earth which attracted us, the soul of the man. And then once we had that, then the soul of the earth plus the soul of the man attracted the soul of the body. And then maybe the soul of the earth plus the soul of the body manifested into the physicality of the body. And so now we have two relationships to understand. There's a magnetical gravitational relationship, which is the balance, which we call a mag-grav condition. And we say, well, scientifically, this relationship deals with the conservation of energy. But spiritually, the spirit guides the motor of the soul. Well, these two sciences will be added together in the plasma science and added to the knowledge so that we understand that there's a physical domain and a plasmatic domain. There's a small m matter state domain and a mattergen domain. And there's a common denominator between the two, but always one dominates. And you have to ask yourself, which dominant matter state are you? And so we have the introduction of the vertical enhancement unit, which is now showing us that we can do more. And we know that when we're talking about strength of field and direction of flow, that we know that energy cannot be at 2 points at the same time, as per Herman Weyl. And so we find that in order for us to cross over this peace bridge, we have to elevate the souls. And we do this exact same thing in the vertical enhancement units, where we take the physicality, elevate it into the spirit, elevate it into the soul of man, and we can cross over the bridge of peace. We can cross over the bridge of peace in all three energy states, but we cannot cross over the bridge of peace without peace. That's what it means to have a peace bridge. And once we get to the other side, then we can transform and transcend into the lower energy states. And maybe for ourselves, we can go through a transmogrification where we don't have to take the physical baggage, which is causing us ill health and cancer, and we can transmogrificate into a healthy individual and a healthy universal functionary. So now we understand the basis of the 5-cup system and its relationship to the manifestation. And we need to define manifestation, how it works with the relationship of the stacker unit and the universal reality. So we said when two fields come together, they form another. And so the formation of this third field, wherever it is a manifestation. And it's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. And so this manifestation can be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical, and dark matter or light matter. In other words, there is a plasmatic reality and there is a physical reality. Whichever kind of reality that you manifest, that is the form artifact. And so in fact, we can have a form artifact of emotion. And that becomes a form artifact of energy in motion. And we've seen that because in the cup of life, we have many ganses, we have amino acid, and with the process of creating amino acid, we create more water. And we started out with a physicality. Well, that we did with the cup of life, but with the cup of the universe, we could do more. And to understand the cup of the universe, we need some target practice. So we have to understand that within our brain, we're able to create plasmagen conditions which interact, and they interact with various components of our souls. And so we are able, even on this planet, to have a transcendence into heaven by amalgamating the field strengths of the soul of the man, the soul of the body, and the field strength of the physicality of the body. And as such, we at the Kesh Foundation have offered a gift to the United States military, to the many soldiers who are suffering from PTSD, an opportunity to enjoy the benefits of the Vision Enhancement Unit, which will restore their spiritual and emotional harmony so that they don't have to suffer the pains of or suffer the contemplation of suicide, among other things. We want to get back to nature, but we have to understand that we are nature. There's no getting back to nature. We are nature. What we need to get is back to normal. And when we say, well, what is normal? The normal is the majority, and the majority seek freedom and emancipation. That's the way the universe operates, and the universe is normal. So we, as one nation on earth, seek freedom and emancipation so that we can fulfill our purpose. So when someone asks you, can you define plasma? Well, one of the plasmas is a plasmagen. It's a kind of energy state. It transcends the limitations of science, and it's very important. There are other energy states, and the higher energy state feeds the weaker energy state. Not the law of the jungle, the law of the universe. So when we understand how the principal matter is created, the energy is traveling through the universe through PM ticks, which convert into the plasmagen. And the plasmagen then interacts with the inertia and then creates whatever you want to create. And so it isn't that it's man-made. That's not the problem. The problem is understanding the role of man. So man is not a warmonger. Man was not created to be self-serving at the expense of others. Man was not created to use and abuse or to do genetic mutilation. Man needs to connect to his morality. That's the missing ingredient. Because there's, and that cost is the cross you double cross is your eternal burden. And so you can be nearsighted and look at your short-term gain, but the eternal pain is something that is really hard to bear. And the way we are looking to go into the future and understanding what creation is, we have to understand creation from the point of view of the creator. It involves morality, it involves compassion, and it involves courage. And the creator of that star formation is the essence of creation, because life wants to live. So to understand the ethos, it constitutes ethical behavior, which abides by universal laws. And the universal community exists in the pre-amino acid stage because it is connected. It is connected to the soul of the man, which is connected to the creator. It is this ethical knowing that is the common denominator. And it is this knowing by connection that can guide us reliably so that we can make the dynamic transfer into our physical destination state by understanding that it isn't from the physical up, it's from the soul down, right? And that we have to now understand that we have to develop our art of dreaming. And through our art of dreaming, we will better understand how the universal cut works and whether we want to play with that or whether we want to step beyond. That all depends on how well we learn from our target practice. Our target practice is to get to the right destination with the right field strength, with the right intention. And so if I wash my hands in your dirty water, will I be clean? We'll both be clean. The universal language is all about cleanliness, all about moral hygiene. And the way we wash is with love. Because love satisfies our emotional goals, it satisfies our physical well-being, and it satisfies our soul, because the soul will never lie. Our soul understands the art of ethical dreaming. And so what we need to learn is how to transition from our soul to our man-made reality. And we have to understand the direction that we're going is a transmission, or is a transition, or is a transmutation. And that transmutation is the plasmagen state, that crossover point where we're looking to go from Earth space to outer space, and from outer space back to Earth space. Because we can't do this without having moral comforts where we're free to share ideas so that we can create. If you as a child grow, you as a baby grow, then your soul needs to grow. And the creator needs to grow. And these are all abiding by the moral comforts as derived from our wishes, our courage, and our love. And we can give without leaving a hole, because the energy from the universe is bountiful. And we now have the necessary technology to go beyond our dreaming and to understand what people are talking about, where we come to the greater oneness. And we'll be going to be talking about that more in the upcoming classes, so that we understand that what goes around comes around. And believe you me, it comes at the speed of life. So it's time to abide by the universal community. And we have the Universal Council, which is now understanding that there is no reference here to a physical state. There's a reference here to a plasmagen state. And that plasmagen state is what we're talking about today. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute on Plasma Science. We're calling all Earth patriots to sign the World Peace Treaty. Sign it with a pen, sign it with your heart, and sign it with your soul, so that we can restore physical and emotional harmony and vitality, not only to this planet, but to the inner space and the outer space of the universal community. This is the truth, and as truth seekers, we need to become patriotic difference makers. Every country has its patriots. This is the universal language of knowing. And this universal language of knowing travels at the universal speed of life. That's why the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace. Peace on Earth. Welcome to the new space age. That's the end of the lesson. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Alex. It's quite a body of knowledge you just shared with everyone. And I don't know if anyone has any questions. I have one or two, but let's see. Maybe, would you like a couple minutes, Alex, to warm your tea? And then we can get into some questions, perhaps.
I'm okay, Mark.
Okay. One of my thoughts, and I've been reading the book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And I'm assuming our soul is in a spherical plasma. Now, Mr. Keshe has told us that when we dream, our soul travels across the universe, or others have said the soul expands its fields. For the soul to move across the universe, does it have to go, if it is a spherical plasma, does it have to become an elongated helical type of light plasma to move? Because it seems to me the way plasma travels is in this dimension of light. And then, and again, those words metamorphosis was right in the book. It said the spherical plasma metamorphosizes into an elongated conical helical shaped plasma, and then upon its point of destination it changes back from the light shape, the elongated shape, back into the spherical shape, or the neutron of a spherical plasma. So does the soul convert, do you think, into light as it travels, or it doesn't need to do that? Or is it already light, but I don't see how it could be if it's in the spherical shape of the plasma, because we understand it's a little ball, sort of a ball of energies in your brain. And so for it to travel, does it change into this light? And then at the point of destination, if it was to manifest, it goes into the spherical, or while you're dreaming, maybe it just stays in the light and interacts at that level. I don't know if you've ever thought about that, or.
So, Mark, you have, and obviously you've read the book.
I'm reading it for the second time. It's tough getting through it, but the more you work with it, the more you understand, and the more of the classes you take, like with yourself and Jalal and the others, Solamia, you begin to pick up more. And it's just, I think the more you know, the more you can know. But how are your thoughts on this? Does the soul, being a spherical shape, which Mr. Keshe always draws a circle to represent the soul, does it change into the light structure when it travels? Do you think? It was just a question that came to me, and that idea of metamorphosis as well. I only thought that was for the butterfly, but the plasma metamorphosizes, let's say, from a spherical to an elongated light and back to a spherical at the point of destination. How do you take it?
The question that you think you're asking, you've already answered. The question that I think you're asking is, at what energy state are you referencing? So the structure or the substructure is the same, and you've described it, but the energy state is different. And this is where the transcendence comes in. So in order to move, shall we say, at a more efficient way, you have to elevate into a higher energy level. And
the soul has to go into a higher energy level?
No, your awareness, your attention, and your focal point. You are your soul. So you don't have to do that. It's your focal point that has to do that. So if you're at a lower energy level, then you're at a lower focal point. If you're at a higher energy level, then you're at a higher energy focal point. So in other words, let me go back to that picture, because
what about the soul of physicality? What I'm trying to find out how you can put these two together and travel. I know it can be done. I don't think I've done it. Well, we've all done it when we dream, but we want to be able to consciously move or transmute this physicality into some sort of light, or does that happen just when it's encompassed within the soul of the man?
No, Mark, all three of these levels are light. Some light is visible, some light is non-visible.
I agree with that, yes. Depending on the amino acids in the eyes, that level can see certain lights, but it can't see other certain lights because it's a different strength.
So in our physicality, our range is between the ultraviolet and the infrared. Someone who is a clairvoyant can go and see the aura, which is of different colors. And then, there are higher energy states, and we don't even know what colors they are. We don't have the physical capability to see those colors. The point is that each of these energy states is a complete energy state and has all the attributes that we've talked about: rotation, transmission, transition, transmutation. It's the manifestation, which is the form artifact, is dependent on the energy state that you're in. So is a soul going to manifest into its physicality? No, because it is not near enough. It doesn't have the nearness and proximity. So there's an intermediate stage, and that is the spirit. Can the spirit manifest into physicality? Yes, it can, because it has a nearness and proximity. But it also has a nearness and proximity to the soul of the man. So it's this nearness and proximity that becomes the decisive factor. So if you want to reduce the nearness and proximity, then you have to elevate into a higher energy state. In other words, if you're going to the moon and light takes 8 minutes, and then if you want to go to Mars and a spaceship takes 7 months, or if you want to go to some asteroid somewhere, and that may take 2 years, in order for you to reduce that time, you have to increase the energy level. So you cannot do that in the physical state because of the limitations of the speed of light, as we describe it in our physicality. But there are different speeds of light. So our spirit has a higher energy level. And the soul of man has a higher energy level. And the limitation on the speed of light at each energy level is also constant. So the misunderstanding of science has been that the limitation of the speed of light on this planet is the limitation of the speed of life. And the speed of life transcends this physical limitation. So if the speed of life transcends it, then our knowledge needs to transcend it as well. And, you know, you're looking for proof. And so understand this: you were born, and you were born on Earth. You were not born on Mars. Okay? So, you know, you didn't take a wrong turn at the bakery, so to speak. You came to the right place at the right time. But you then need to have the awareness of what it is exactly that you're going to do. And once you're here, then, you know, there's a learning process, and we're in kindergarten and we're impressionable, right? So, you know, we have witches and goblins and gonna-get-yous who influence us, right? But if we are true to our form, then we have to look within and see that our soul will never lie to us. It's our soul that brought us here. So our soul has our interests at heart. And it's not just our interest, it's our best interest. But we have a dangling participle here, as they say. It's just dangling, right? Because we have decided to disconnect from our source. Well, it's time to reconnect. And in a couple of days, December 21st, the reconnection is going to happen. All of us will have to go through that. Not all of us will go through that on December the 21st. That is not a rigid, fixed date. This Plasmagen travel agency has a trip scheduled. Each of us can decide to go on that trip on December 21st or later on down the road. But each of us will be going on a trip. We know that. That's a fact. So you have brilliantly analyzed the question through your question, the way you've asked your question. Okay, it's true, it's proper. You've read the book and you've been able to articulate what you've read in the book. This is a massive accomplishment. You know, when you compare to the regular science, when you get to that question And the answer is, I don't know. Science doesn't know. We've been studying for so many years and we have no clue. But you have a clue. You have more than a clue. You've totally deciphered it.
I have a
Now-
thread. Now I'm pulling on that
no.
single thread.
Yeah,
If
well,
we can unwind it.
a stitch in time.
Saves 9, yes.
So brilliant question. Okay, but this is so on point with respect to the topic we're talking about. We could not rationalize how we can go from a higher strength to lower strength, and yet we can go from a lower strength to the higher strength. So the question of higher and lower is relative. And so we have to understand that the energy transfer mechanism is the same at each state. And so when I say plasmagen, that's a non-physical, and that non-physical plasmagen state is available in every energy state, including the physical state. There is a plasmagen state in our physical state. It is the substructure for our amino acid creation. Our amino acid creation comes from the aminogen, which is a direct response to our plasmagen state. So that manifestation comes into our physical state. Well, what about the spirit? How does it manifest? And then what about the soul of man? How does it manifest? Okay, so now we are able to transcend, and we are on the other side of the bridge. We have crossed the bridge of knowing. This knowing by connection. This is how we can find out without having $419 million for a sophisticated vacuum cleaner. Give me a break. Anyway, let's be positive. Thanks for your question, Mark. It's a terrific question.
Thank you very much for answering that. Azarjan had her hand up. I don't know if she wanted to add something here or it just came on by mistake. I know she's visited the Temple of Mitra and has made a beautiful documentary in a way of it. Is there anything you'd like to add, Azar?
Hi. When you talk about the soul and what is it? Is it energy or is it light? And how do
Is
you
it
travel?
spherical versus light in a way?
You see, it doesn't matter. The only thing I can say is when you become nothing, absolutely nothing, suddenly the soul and the physical soul matches in a way that you can travel. And not only that aspect of traveling happens, and you can see it's like a bullet. It's so fast, and at the same time, it is the joy of is something that you cannot describe. The only way I can say it is this: if we really wanna know the soul, and if we want to get to the point, experience the soul is getting to know ourselves. Reading a book is one thing, but then understanding, and because each of us coming from different field of the universe, it's just like there was someone said, we didn't come to this world, we came out of this world. Just like the leaf on a tree. The leaf on a tree came out of the tree. So they don't see themselves a leaf separate, or waves on the ocean. We are just like that. So with different field we have, then that field, if you understand that, you see right now there's a gap, as if they took us, they put us in prison and then your soul is on the other side of the wall. How are you going to break the wall and get to your soul? It's just like your lover is sitting. The way I can say it is this: your best friend, the only friend, is sitting in the middle of your head. You have to find a way to communicate with it. And once you find a way to communicate with it, he or she, it would guide you to reach to it. And when you get to it, it is so sweet that you cannot share with anybody the sweetness of what you're experiencing. Because there's no way there's no word in the world that explain the sweetness of the two be together and work together. That's why for centuries, men who came and experienced this, books written about it, poem was said about it, but if one comes and say, and actually the minute you want to open your mouth and say the experience of it and the whole joy of it, you lose it, because that actuality of the joy of doing that is yours and is so, as I said, it's just it is nothing that you can describe it. So understand yourself, ponder on your thinking, ponder on your action, ponder on your feeling. If you get to a point that you become an open book, that's your freedom. That's your salvation. When you become an open book. If I put you in a room with a glass and you allow everybody look in that room 24/7, it means you have nothing to hide. That's your salvation.
Well, I know at one point in time, Mr. Kesh said we got to this place through millions of transmutations and subdivisions and so on. And at some point, we were going to be allowed to remember this. I don't know if you recall that or not, but again, there's this idea that we were created here, our soul was created here, but at the same time, he said you would be allowed to remember these subdivisions and transmutations, and millions of them that we've gone through. So there's quite a bit of understanding to understand what this is all about.
Yes, there is an understanding, but we right now we're taking baby a step.
Oh, no question.
To get,
I haven't gotten into nursery school yet.
We're getting it baby a step, and then the whole thing is, since we're all together, and the whole thing is, we actually each of us for us is just a tool to actually, the reason we all also here, each of us a tool for the other one to see themselves and to grow and to elevate. That's what it is also at the same time, because we're not separate. Because I can't say, I'm going to get elevated, forget about you or this and the other, because there's no separation here. Because the same, when you grow, because the same way if you remember when Rick had those magnets, when you move one, the other one moves, yes? So when you grow, I grow automatically with you. So it doesn't really matter who grows first, who grows second, because each of us is on our journey and we're elevating. And then the more you elevate, the more you help other souls. The same way, the more I elevate, without knowing, we have to change position. There's no other way. So we don't have to worry about it. All we have to do, just keep elevating and keep the key to the whole thing the way I look at it, never give up on anybody. Never give up on any soul. Just keep giving and giving and giving. And then and then they find and they elevate and you elevate with them. And it's just one of the things I also realized, the minute you think also, this knowledge of creation is a bottomless pit.
Well,
And once you fall into it, it doesn't have any end. It's a bottomless pit.
Now, Lisbeth has put into the chat, I don't know if this is for Alex or maybe you, Azarjan. You can talk about significance to the Mitra back on next December 21. Thanks. Would anyone like to try that? You can talk about significance to the Mitra back on next December 21. Thanks. Don't know if that is clear.
I think Mitra, when he came, it was a god of light and fertility, And as Mr. Kesh says, it never showed up in physicality, but it was as a soul level he came, and it showed up in Persia. And now on 21st, which is an important night, actually 21st of December, every year in Iran is being celebrated, which is called Shab Yalda, means the night of Yalda, which is the longest night, and people celebrate, and this been going on for years and years. And I don't know the correlation between the two, but that's what it was in the past. And it's actually double celebration this year.
I don't know if I'd like to call it a bottomless pit, but maybe a bottomless cup of knowledge that you were falling into here, because it seems it does go on and on and on. Thank you, Azar.
Thank you.
Yes, would anyone else like to bring up a question or something that's touched you about what we've heard about Mitra, Alex's teaching, or maybe something else you'd like to share with all of us? I see that Andreas is here. We thought about you earlier today, Andreas, and we also thought about Leanna and Jed earlier today. And we were hoping we'd encounter you soon. And we see you're both here, or all three of you, actually. I see the picture of Leanna and Jed, and I see Andreas. So thank you very much for joining us.
Hello, Mark.
Yes, Jefferson, please.
Hi, Mark. Hello, everyone. I'd like just, as Azar was saying about the longest night of 21st. First of all, Mark, thank you for all your kindness to open the floor for everyone, so we can join, we can express ourselves, and everybody's equal here. We feel
Yes,
home.
and as I said, we're learning
Amazing.
from each other. Yes.
Yeah, we are growing together, and just nobody stay behind. And thank you, Alex, for your teaching. Always a gentleman and very powerful teaching that I must always, as Jalal's teaching, Mr. Kesh teaching, see it again, to take all the high fields that you bring for us. But I would like to say that I sometimes I understand when Mrs. Azar said about the nothingness, the feeling of nothingness. It's very interesting because sometimes when we elevate the soul, mainly now on the 5+1 and the IAEA meeting, all these leaders involved, we get in a point that we reach this kind of collective nothingness. It's calm. It's very, very powerful feeling that we are interacting with everything, but there is no rush. There is no, it's just a beautiful feeling. It's something above of the light. If light exists, it's just amazing that I think all of us are practicing. And I believe when Mr. Cash says, was talking about Mithras, is a knowledge that we maybe during this period will receive from magnetic gravitational fields from the universe, from the unicos. It depending in our intention, in our way of looking this interaction with this plasma and how we can put it on, how we can help others without thinking anything, just go, just serve, and just teach the way that we can, and just bring this forward. But I was looking at this. It's the longest night in the northern hemisphere, and is the shortest night here in the southern hemisphere. But the interesting that Mr. Cash was saying about the David star. If you look at the David star, they are two triangles in different position. So we have a star, a free plasma between two star formation that makes one. So this star is gonna be elevated for future movements to bring the peace to this planet. And maybe you can make it throughout the David star. The energy that came, I don't know if it exists one star, maybe in an ancient time that they imagined this star or two stars together that brought this type of star formation. But we will interact with it a little bit ahead, I think. We will elevate. Nobody will stay back. No one. It doesn't matter the religion, doesn't matter the culture, it doesn't matter which planet, which seed from stars. We have actuarians, we have many names from the other places that I think exist yet. They are with us with many different names. But I think it's very, in my vision, important to this 21st, because we have the longest night and we have Sirius. Sirius, the brightest star in the sky. And this star is 300 or 400 times larger than our sun, that is the creator of our planetary system, the solar system, that is our creator as well, with the other fields from the universe. But one of these universe fields is from Sirius, because the star is very, very, very powerful in the magnetic fields and the plasma fields and the plasma rays. Probably we can focus on that star and give it back the beauty that the star is giving to us. So we can bring this knowledge from all this amazing technology that was making an archaeological study that I once you, Mark, showed me a small nano-coated, I think 300,000 years ago. So I met this many things from found in Poland, many magravs at the beginning of the Bronze era, at the end of a Stone era. That stone that created these things. No? So now I understand the age of a stone and how they were advanced at that time, because I saw many coins that I cannot do today. So perfect, so beautiful, finished. So they had this technology, but it was taken away from it. It was taken away from us, and now we have the opportunity. And nobody will block it. No one will block it. Because in my view, it's the correct. We can really, really help not only humanity, but all human beings and the rivers and our air that we breathe, the atmosphere, the layers of atmosphere. Maybe you can interact with the ionosphere, so you can send the energy from matter state or interact with the plasma amino acid or aminogen, as Alex was teaching. So we can give it magnetically to our magnetosphere of our planet. It will have a range, then will return back as gravitational. But maybe it will come back as a rain, as a snow, as a wind, as fire, as water, all the four elements that creates this plasma. So the one view, and that I was just studying. Sometimes something says, take a look at this. As I said, we have a friend inside us. He or she, we have it. So they talk to us. If you can listen to them and interact with them, they just show us the way. Sometimes they don't say, but they say, hey, read it our main thing, or listen, or just to go to your porch and look at the sky. Look at what's going on in the sky right now. But just go and look, and sometimes normally you see a different cloud or a different bird. It's very interesting, the interaction with our own. Go inside each other, and we can find ourselves. And through ourselves, we can go to the center of the principal field. So that's what I'd like to share, something that I read today. Thank you, Mark. Thank you very
much, Jefferson, for all your service to the community. Yes, it seems like he gave us a few examples here about this, where the wise men were traveling to see Christ. And was the star there, or did they wish to see the star and they saw the star? And the same with, he said, the shooting stars, that he was able to manifest in the emotion of the soul. There was no shooting star there, but yet they saw the shooting stars, 5 of them at the same time or something. But there was no shooting star there. So is it the same with Mitra? If it's our emotion to want to see Mitra, not in the physicality, but in this emotional level of the fields, then you will see Mitra on the 21st and beyond. But he's also said Mitra's always been here. So there's so many, sounds like different points, but it's actually the same point. It's in this emotion and seeing Mitra on that level. If it's your wish to see Mitra, you'll see Mitra, but not in the physicality.
Yes,
So
Mark. Thank you. I think it's just the names for a specific energy that we can interact through the soul of a man and the soul of physicality, through the emotion. Exactly what you said. You got the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kay has put in, Shabab Yales is the longest night of the year, and it represents the birth of Mitra, and I believe it reflects the fertility as it's been celebrated in Iran for thousands of years, where the lights win over the darkness, as it's a testimony to the rebirth of the sun, the lights. An Iranian would light a fire from the start of the darkness until the next day, when it starts to shine and brighten up. I don't know if you want to share more with us, Kay.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Not really just what I understood from Mr. Kesh and from the, can you all hear me?
Could you come a little closer to the mic? It's a little bit scratchy, but it's audible.
Sorry, I think it's something to do with my headphones. Yes, it's just what I understood from Mr. Cash and to what I remember from when I was in Iran 41 years ago. It's always been celebrated that way. It is, to my understanding, it is the rebirth, fertility, or for humanity, as well as celebrating and upholding the light from the sun, as in our culture, Zoroastrian, Ahura Mazda, who brought the Zoroastrian religion to us, was telling us all the time the sun was we used to worship the sun, and hence the fire which reflected or represented the light we were from the sun. And obviously Jesus also said that, I made man from my own image or in my own image. And even Muhammad, peace be upon him, also said that I made man from my own light. So Mitra was a representation of rebirth. And it's been celebrated for a long, long, long time. I can't tell you exactly how long, but perhaps minimum 5,500 years, perhaps a little bit more. That's the only thing I know. Sorry.
I wish you were a little bit clearer. I mean, not sound wise, your words are beautiful, but it was just a little bit scratchy to
I'm
hear.
really sorry. My mic
It's okay.
is not really good. My apology. Really, really sorry.
So does this mean now on the 21st that this new soul that's been created is available to all of us if we want it? The best of all the created things on the soul level, that we can take part in this? Is this what we'll see and experience if it's our emotion to do so? And then, of course, moving from the dimension of energy to the dimension of the physicality and our relationship to it, he said. So does that mean this soul, this collection of all these fields from the best of each soul, is now available to all of us to take? As a gift, he said, in a way, from the Creator? Feel free to come in. You don't have to raise your hand. No one seems to be speaking, so the floor is open to everyone. And no one is wrong. It's your level and your understanding of this knowledge, which adds to our level of understanding of the knowledge. So feel free to share what you'd like. It is quite a large amount of knowledge to comprehend, but again, the soul understands it completely. I've got a strong feeling the soul has been around the universe a few times, and it's just passing through the fields of this planet at this point in this position. Or maybe it came here as the soul had agreed to be part of this a long, long time ago. But now a new soul has been created, and it's for all of us, as I understand it. Again, but you have to even, most people are not even aware that this is available to them and have no idea. So this is where the sharing of the knowledge comes in, because you're opening new dimensions for other people that they've never even contemplated before. And he did talk about colors quite a bit in the last workshop about understanding the colors we see. And Ed had asked a question about that. And Mr. Kesh said, I had to explain it this way in the colors because that's our level of understanding. But I don't know if there'll be any colors in space, or it'll just be the emotion of the color in a way. And that is the different colors you may see, but not real colors, but emotions. So there's a lot to do with these emotions. There's a lot of emotions that we're yet to find out even exist. He gave the example of, when the plane goes down, this emotion of weightlessness. And then in the universal flight system, this emotion of completeness. And I think that's what most of us are looking to get to, whether we try this street or that street to get to it. It's the emotion of completeness that's so precious, where we get to this point where we don't need anything. And everything you need, you carry with you. So this is a very touching and powerful point that he's making, I think, for all of us. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Alex? I don't know if you've overwhelmed everyone with so much knowledge. And we do have to listen again, and we can pick up different points. I'm sure I picked up a point or two or three, and someone else has picked up different things. It all depends on our position and understanding. But it seems like you've once again silenced the audience.
Only verbally, Mark.
Oh, yes. No, we know the silent line of communication of the souls. Yes. And maybe we are uniting on the soul level more than we realize in the soul of physicality.
I think we're all realizing the significance of the moment.
Yes, as he said, be proud that you've been touched by the knowledge of the foundation. He said more than that, but that was a major point that not everybody can see at this level, he said. And be proud that we can see at a different level than the man on the street. Not that we're any better than anyone else, but we've just been allowed to see at a different level. And I think our job and our position is to obviously share this with the others. And again, you can't beat it into them or force them. You can bring the horse to water, but you can't make them drink. And so we're available to share and to be there if someone wants to hear more. As he's reminded us of so many things, and it's hard to remember every little detail, but I know the soul doesn't forget. It knows all these details. So I think we're here for a purpose at this time and in place, and it is to usher in the world peace that the universal community has been waiting for this planet or these group of souls here to become enlightened. And these systems are going to help us to practice that. But it seems as of late, he's getting to teach us that we don't need any of these systems in a way. And he's always said that you are the universal unit, especially if you're made in the image of the creator, you are. And all the religions basically believe that, the three major ones, let's say. And this is the commonality between them. And I think they'll be also invited in to share in this knowledge as well. And I think even in the worst of the world leaders, there's still good. And we're not going to give up on enlightening and elevating them. Because once they become enlightened, they will be very good witnesses or provide teachings for others as they come around to start to understand more of the knowledge of the creator and the process of creation, which is a part of the key of understanding the totality. I think this transmutation and transportation, once we can do this, the universe becomes an unlimited place for all of us. Okay, and we've also opened this platform up for those who are in need of anything. And I think Mr. Kesh had explained that there's a couple more of these vacations coming down the line. And so the American Corona team is prepared to help or to serve any of those of your friends, relatives, neighbors. If you're having any difficulty, that we can perhaps provide some sort of service or share some of the knowledge or some of the gifts Mr. Kesh has given us. So feel free to put anything in this platform of the North American Corona team as you wish, and we'll try to help you with whatever issues you're dealing with. So we want to open that up and make it clear to everyone that we are here to serve. And it's just not with just the knowledge, but actually getting there and helping another soul to become enlightened, which again, we've been given or a taste of this knowledge, let's say, and I think it's our obligation to share it in whatever way you can. And we all serve in different ways. So whatever way you're serving or sharing, I think is just fine. But that's just my opinion. I'm just expressing myself. Anyone else?
Mark, hi. Good evening, good afternoon, good
Hello,
morning.
Dean. Yes.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. I can add something, an experience that I was in the studio the other day, and we're doing some video work. And I had a turntable so it's in a sphere. It's on a flat plane, and the camera's above, or slightly, not directly above, so it's slightly from the top, sort of 3/4 angle, looking down. And this sphere can go magnetical or gravitational. So you have a little control in your hands, and you can switch it from magnetical or gravitational, whichever word, clockwise, anti-clockwise, however you want to say it. And I was doing some photography of various items. And one of the items I put on there was some reactors, the reactors from the foundation, the little plastic reactors where you can fill them up with ganses. And the strange thing is, this sphere on a flat plane, if you put the 3 reactors, place them on it, just as in a, not trying to do it by measurement, but just doing it by eye, just by placing them 3 on as a triangle, and then I put a 4th one on that would made up the sort of star formation. But it's strange how when you get this sphere rotating, and then you have balls that are or that are on there, and it moves around in a position, how interesting interactions happen. The star formation, unless you get it in exactly the right place, the middle ball in exactly the middle of the turntable, you get this slight wobble, and the other balls move around it. And when you get the ball in exactly the right place, it just rotates in the middle, and you don't actually see it moving. The other reactors around the outside are still moving. You can physically see it moving. And it has very many interesting thought patterns when you actually come to realize this, about a sphere and how it operates and how we see everything, we experience everything on this flat plane. But when you start to analyze from your viewpoint, the camera's viewpoint, and you look at it in a more three-dimensional aspect, the way it interacts, the way it moves, the way it interaction is a good word. The way it interacts is completely different to our visualization of what we imagine it to be from a matter state condition point of view. And so I think it's something, it's very hard to describe because I'm trying to describe it in a matter state condition, to give you an idea of something from a photographer's point of view, trying to explain a visual aspect, but also what happens in the interaction, that, as you can imagine, this is still on a flat plane that I'm viewing from, the camera angle. However, if you imagine a sphere within a sphere, and then other circular objects, spheres around it, and then the interaction of the fields, the mingling of the fields, the conversion and interactions between them, and how they might interlock, interconnect, join, separate within this sphere that's moving continuously within the star formation. And then just within that interaction, in that particular moment, and the viewpoint is fixed on this one sphere that's rotating with all the other spheres within it. But then if you gently pull away your point of view, your interaction, and broaden your thoughts and pull back, and then you may see the sphere and the interaction of the fields in a slightly different configuration once more. And this is all, the way I'm explaining this is all in thoughts, because obviously visually no one's seeing this. This is just me speaking, using my interaction of the environment and my body to produce these words and these sounds, but giving you an explanation and a viewpoint from my experience. But I would imagine some of you may interact with this particular sphere and be able to sense and feel the fields of the explanation of the magnetic and gravitational fields that maybe I experienced and maybe you have now come to interact with in some way. I don't know if any of this makes sense, but it's something that I just felt I needed to express. Thank you, Mark.
Oh, very interesting. Earlier, I was thinking, or maybe it was yesterday, about our galaxy and things and about this plane. And it seems like everything, I know there must be a little bit above it and a little bit below it, but it seems to be on this plane, so to speak, the way the planets rotate around. We can see it in our solar system, for example. They all seem to be on the same plane. So I was thinking about the galaxy and how thick it is, or is it more of a thinner sort of plane where things are all just moving around this principal star in the center, for example, with not a lot above it and not a lot below it. I know when we see on the book there, and Alex usually shows this is our teeny tiny universe, they look rather flat in a way.
Yeah, it's like Alex, you were showing the book, the Origins of the Universe, and it's always fascinated me the way it's depicted with the flat one-dimensional plane of the two universes, the man's and the sister's universes, and then that the field in the middle, that free plasma in the middle. And yeah, there's definite explanations, I'm sure, and many ways to look at it. And I think with the 21st arriving, maybe the interaction of the middle universe is about to take a significant leap for many of us.
Yes, and another interesting thing that happened today when I went out to spray, and I hope everyone is continuing to spray or drop the GANS water, because this is one of the things he explained that's going to connect these 1,000 wellness centers together. So I went out with my usual leader that I go out with in the car, and I went by the church and put a little there and here and there. And I went farther, even into the next town. And usually the leader runs out about when I get to maybe a point of destination I don't have anymore, and then I drive back home. But today, the bottle seemed to stay, well, it didn't stay full, it emptied, but it didn't empty until I got to the next street before I turn onto my street. So I said, gee, did I do something unconsciously to make that happen? Or what Mr. Kesh said about when we enlighten the souls of the negotiators, we keep the cups full at all time. And I thought that was just unusual today, that the bottle seemed to stay full. And I went farther and basically sprayed the way I usually do, but yet the bottle was didn't empty until just the last street before I turned onto my street. So I said, wow, somehow the bottle in a way didn't deplete. And that's what we're trying to do. We're all trying to work with these negotiators and the IEA and the IAEA and the others in this group to keep the cups full in a way. And so that was just a little experience. So I hope as we do on Sunday, and we'll continue to do, is to spray the GANS waters. And of course, we're also elevating the souls of these negotiators all the time, 24/7. So I've asked my soul to do that, even though I'm not always conscious of it, or I forget, or 6 o'clock goes by and I said, oh, gee, I forgot again. But I know the soul is doing this interaction because I've asked it to. And it likes to give, especially when it's correct to give. And we know this is a correct position.
I think, Mark, with this knowledge that we've attained by all the beautiful teachers, and some of them present today, I've noticed again. And so this knowledge is becoming expanded, it's growing, and I think the fields are they are starting to reach. I've noticed within the environment a change within the peoples and the attitudes seem to have there's something going on that's unexplainable outside of the environment and the conditions of we all know about. So I'm not going to mention a name. We all know what I'm talking about. The conditions have been set, but there's something else that it seems to be the field interaction that is changing, and a process of delivering a field strength that is preconditioning and opening up the thoughts and intentions of souls that are present. It seems to me that I sense, and there's definitely a change coming through. There seems to be a shift. The fields are changing, and I think for some souls it's going through a process that is demanding, and wakes the physicality to the position of knowing. And some souls of physicality are refusing, and some are becoming more and more aware in each and every moment, and feeling the need to join with the other souls to communicate and express themselves and become this totality of the soul.
Yeah, so I was quite delighted to see that the bottle didn't really run out until I made the complete loop. And that took about 20, 25 minutes. And for some reason, the bottle stayed, and I kept, spraying until I got back to the last street before mine. And I was just happy that I said, wow, this is almost like, feeding where Christ fed the people, thousands, with just a few fish and a couple loaves of bread. It didn't deplete. And then I thought again about these cups and to keep them full. And that was a very interesting experience today. That's the first time that happened.
Yeah, that sounds wonderful, Mark. Well done. I've noticed that depending on the environment, at the moment, some of my 5 stacker systems, I've noticed the water's going down quickly, but I think that's through the heat of the environment in some interactions there. So I'm having to top them up quite regularly at the moment. But that's interesting you said that with the water, with the plasma, that you've been walking around and sensing and feeling that the more you spray, the more the bottle seems to be retaining its amount of
Yeah,
water.
that was just an amazing little thing that happened today. Very interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's good. How big was the container? Was it a normal?
Yeah, 1 liter, a 1 liter
Yeah.
container, or a quart, what we call a quart.
Yeah.
So that was very interesting. Usually I run out on the way out and I don't have anything on the way back home, but this time it lasted the complete circle. I thought of the butterflies, and the loops on the butterfly after that had happened, and how I was sort of completing the loop in a way, or completing the circle, where the Gans water had gone all around and right back to where I started from. So just an interesting observation, but it was quite delightful that happened, and I couldn't figure out how.
That's great. What were your thoughts and intentions that you were spraying today, Mark?
No, just elevate the people, elevate the situation, elevate the soul of the planet. And again, I went farther than I normally go. And I've been just doing the different streets, and I know this maybe will get a universal unit here or a wellness center in this area, because it'll be well connected, at least in this area. So yeah, that was just my basic thoughts of elevating. I saw many people, even though it was early, there were a lot of people, not a lot, but there were a number of people hanging out in front of buildings. And at 6 o'clock in the morning, what are they still doing there from last night? But yeah, that was it, just to elevate all the souls in a way, and the soul of the planet included.
Yeah, the same thing in slightly different way, that I've noticed interactions of souls that gather and seem to I'm sure all the knowledge seekers, many of you have got lots of plasmas and lots of Ganses and tools around your environment. And in these moments, I have noticed many souls in certain positions are gathering outside and around the environment. But I have a position where I can see quite a good view of a certain down around my environment. I don't want to say too much. And I can view this, and I see these souls gathering, and I know that they are the physicalities are bringing the soul is bringing the physicality to a position. I sense that, and I know that. And another thing I noticed, I went on in Austria, in Linz. I went on a few of these positions where people are gathering together to celebrate life and to do a walk, to say they they don't want this new environment that's being brought forward. And when I was walking and doing this, I've said this before, but I actually, before I went, I elevated the souls of this particular gathering. When I got there, I actually stood there and elevated. And I noticed this position where, and it's happened a few times, where there's a big gathering of people. And then when you elevate, you get like a sphere of influence where you have, all of a sudden, you can see this like, it's almost like you're looking at a semicircle because you're only looking at forward at the time, but like a 90 degree of souls that, there's like, if you imagine like, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of people, and there's one person stood there and you elevate, and then you suddenly get this, people start moving outside of the sphere. And only a few souls walk through it and then gradually walk through, but there's a definite opening up, and you physically see people, not, there's like it's hard to describe, a sphere around yourself. And it was a strange phenomenon because it was definitely this Magravh situation happening, and the interaction of giving to the souls. And there was a lot of souls of physicality that couldn't step into this particular sphere, or didn't. And obviously they didn't know anything about this in a sense, because this wasn't spoken or said. This is literally a thought from myself. And yeah, the souls are definitely aware of it, and you can have it, and you can see when you do this in a big gathering of people how it affects. So what I'm trying to get to is, if we're having that, we can have that influence by sending our thoughts and intentions into the negotiations that are happening in the 5+3 in Vienna, in each and every moment. And so we can open that sphere, and the souls that are ready will walk in, and we know once they walk in and they experience the plasma, they change their position and have to be part of this beautiful knowledge. And it touches each and every soul that it, once they allow, once they accept. You can't force. But as you said, and Alex has said many times, and many others have said, when you unconditionally give and keep giving and keep giving, there comes a point when the soul just accepts. Anyway, thank you, Mark. Thank you. Just some thoughts again. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Dean,
you.
for sharing.
Thank you, Mark.
Before I forget, is there anyone here for the first time who'd like to tell us who they are and where they're from before I go to Ed? I think he's got something he'd like to share perhaps with us. Is anyone here for the first time that hasn't been here before? Just tell us your name and where you're from. I see most of the names I recognize. And we do want to increase the membership of the North American team, not by force, but by sharing. And so I asked Ed if he would mind, well, before that, is there any other questions for Alex? Or something someone would like to bring? I think Ed is here. I see him in the list, but he may be busy in the background. But just to show us how to share this link, some of us are not really familiar with it. There's a pinned message on top of the Corona team. And there's a way to share this link with others. And of course, they'll probably never discover it unless you do share the link. But Ed, would you like to come in and perhaps share what you'd like to share on this link? And how we can increase the, and I noticed in the last couple of weeks, there has been more activity, people joining, but the number seems to be staying the same overall. So maybe some come in and some leave. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe Ed could explain a little bit more to us. Thank you, Ed, for sharing.
Sure. Can you hear me still?
clearly.
Okay. So in preparations for what may transpire, where there might be more of a need to use the Cash American Corona team Telegram group for its original purpose, which was to help people who were in need and to disseminate the Cup 1 and Cup 2s and to interact on that level. For a long time, the pinned message of how to join this particular Telegram chat group was missing. So we got it reinstated. And if anybody wants to help somebody join this group for interaction or to get help or for any reason, the pinned message, I hope you could see it, it's up at the top. And this is an old post where we shared the join chat invitation. And so what you do is you just click on it and it will bring you to the original post. And this post, as you can see, has a link, which is the chat, to join this particular chat. And all you do, and this may seem very basic to most of you, but some people are just a little bit unclear on how to share this link with somebody, because all you do is you left click on your mouse and you highlight it. And then you can right click and you can see that you can copy this. So then if you were going to another chat group, for instance, and you wanted to write a message, you would come down here at the bottom where my cursor is now, and you would click just to put your cursor in there. And again, you would right click, but now instead of copying, you would paste it. And as you see, this chat, this link appears, and then you could share it with somebody. You can do this on your phone. Somebody this morning in our USKF TV meeting asked how to do this on your phone. And it's pretty much the same, except instead of using a mouse, you use your finger. And you put your finger on the link and you hold it, and there's options that you can see to copy or to paste later on. And again, you can put this in an email. Once you've copied the message, you can go to an email and then just click in the area where you would write the message, and then you can paste this link into an email. It can go into a message, a text message on a phone, another chat group. So one of the things you should understand that is if you click this link, if you put this link, if the person who's got it tries to use it, I don't know, can you see my browser screen now, Mark?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So if you put this link into the browser, you go there, automatically it asks you to choose an application, and what it's wanting you to do is to use the Telegram application to open this link. So if you don't have it, you'll have to download it.
So before I share this with anyone, if I'm talking to someone and they say they're interested, I have to make sure they have Telegram on their telephone or their computer. Otherwise, it goes nowhere.
Well, no, it goes to right here where I'm showing you. And I just closed that little dialogue that asked you to choose a Telegram application. And so this is the website where it will take you. And if you click to join the group, this will come up again. Again, it's asking you to choose an application. So up here at the top, it says, don't have Telegram yet? Try it now. So if you do that.
We're not seeing that part, Ed. All we're seeing is 9 a.m., 8 a.m., 10 a.m., 12 a.m. I wonder why that's not coming through.
Well, let me reshare. Let's see.
And it's important because this is how people will start to get a taste of the knowledge, and maybe they would like to make videos, or they would like to do something else and it just broadens the base of support for the Corona team.
Okay, so do you see my browser screen with the
Now we
flag?
do. Yep.
The Cash Corona team. Okay, up here, this blue strip, it says don't have Telegram yet, try it now. If you attempt to join the group, this little thing will pop up asking you to choose a Telegram application. If you don't have it, you just have to click cancel. But if you click over here on the arrow to try it now, can you see this little box that just popped up?
No, we do not.
Okay.
I don't anyway.
Well, let me do it again. Sometimes these new boxes that pop up.
Thank you for taking the time and patience with us, Ed. Not all of us are, as I like to joke, where I come from, we
Okay.
don't use links.
Okay, so
That's
now,
just a joke.
now do you see this little box with a green outline around it?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so that's what appeared when I clicked on this little sideways arrow up here to try it now. It's a notice for saving a file, to download a file and to save a file on your computer. And all you do is you click, it says you've chosen to open the Telegram. I've got a Mac, so it's .dmg. If it was on a PC, I'm not sure what the subscript would be, but it's the proper program to put on your computer or your device to put the Telegram application. All you do is you click OK to save the file. And then you go up. Yeah, I'm going to quit sharing the screen so many times. But once you save the file, then you open it and it will install Telegram on your computer. So that's all I can think of right now to the basic process of sharing the link and getting the Telegram program so people can access the group. Any questions?
Yes, Eddie, this is Jefferson. Is it open for other languages as well? Because a few months ago, I tried to join the North America Corona team, but it was not able. It was like a kind of a blockage. So I could not join this group. This link that you bring, if you can share with us, we can go. It's an invitation link. You must pass through some kind of administration allowance. I asked it because I could not get in. I have tried it already, but I don't know if it's new.
Interesting. Interesting. I was wondering why the numbers didn't seem to go up much at all over the last number of months. It was just didn't seem correct to me. And I thought, well, maybe they're doing kind of what YouTube does on the views. If you get too many and they don't really report how many you really have, they just kind of put a number up there or something along that line. But you were saying, and you know how to use the computer, right? To do these, but you were being blocked.
Yeah, I could not enter the Telegram group, and I think in Brazil we are in the Telegram group over 10,000, and many of them would love to share. We have thousands of the group in Brazil, the team. They make a lot of stuff, a lot of teachings, all in English and translated, small, with how to make the cups, how to make it's a huge. It's available for everyone. I think everyone can use it if you can join or go to Brazil. But normally they are all translated.
And Jefferson,
yes, Mark.
You're still making cups 1 and 2, correct? Just because Mr. Kesh said we can't use that cup anymore, we're still using these cups, aren't we? In Brazil, yes.
Yeah, normally, yeah, a lot of they are learning.
This is new to many people, and I'm going to play Mr. Kesh's gift to China from January of last year. for the final 20 minutes of the program. Because we come here, we learn the cup, we learn this and that, as he said. So I want people, when we talk about cups and different designs of these cups, let's say, we'll see how Mr. Kesh does it. And anyone can refer to this that's on their own and not sure about the cups, let's say. So thank you, Jefferson. Please continue if you have more.
Yes, no, that's the thing is.
Jefferson, Dean
Yes,
just published in the chat a link.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm gonna open it in our group. So probably we're gonna increase it fast because everybody wanna share. There is a lot of teaching, even the KFSSI, Copo da Vida, .com. It's a site for teaching with the small clips, how to take the zinc from batteries and how to nano coat it. This simple way, they explain the protocols of the cup of life. And it's a multi-language site. You just put it. Sometimes you cannot understand the small footage that is done, but you can see it's easy to understand what's going on. So you can start, at least it's available, I think. I think Rafael can give better interaction in this level, because there is a lot of things, and we can share, but we must enter the Telegram. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jefferson.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome. You're welcome, always. Thank you.
Mark Joseph has a hand up.
Oh, okay. I saw Patricia had her mic open. Go ahead, Patricia,
example,
first. Thank you.
I can't access that group either. The Cash American.
Okay,
I
thank you.
look for the link in some other way, but I can't go into the group.
Interesting. Okay, Ed, thank you very much. We're finding out more.
The other thing is, Mark, if you post it in the world, the chat that we have in Telegram with the Cash World, and what's it called? Cash One World Family.
Okay.
If you post it there in Rick tool, if they post everything that you have, in fact, every community could post there. The only thing it like translates into like 20 different languages, but
Ed, could you do that for us? Without a problem?
I know like Liliana always posts in the Spanish group and she'll post this in the Cash One World.
Okay.
That's the translation requires you to put in a certain Telegram code, which you put it in there, and then when you write your message, it'll translate it into that language. And every language has this code. I've never used it, but when I first joined Telegram, I saw basically kind of how it worked when I looked at the group she's talking about that translates everything. And once you put in this code, though, it keeps doing it unless you tell it to stop.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Sometimes you put in these codes.
I think if you put it in English and like everybody knows, if you put Cash One World Family,
yeah,
I think it's very universal.
Yeah,
and not have it translated, but at least I like the Zoom in the European time, and I think we can all deal with that.
So what are you saying?
Just to post the meeting in the Cash One World Family.
Oh, right.
Without the translation.
Right, sure, yeah.
And the link.
Yeah, the Zoom link and the time. Day, time, and Zoom link. I think that's enough.
Ed is far superior with the computer than I am. I'm learning more.
No, not really.
I'm not up to that level.
Me neither. Believe me.
Mark, excuse me. I just click in the link that Dean kindly gave us. Thank you, Dean. And it comes a message. This link or invitation link is expired. You know, it
That's the same
goes
that
to
I
the,
get.
yeah.
Okay,
So you
okay.
see, there is some kind of a
Yeah.
problem
okay.
to enter, you know.
It- what-
It's kind of configuration, I think.
Was that the correct link, Ed, that Dean had put in the chat? If you could
It's the
look.
same, well, yes, it's the same
Okay,
one that
okay.
I put up, but if it's expired, then we need to generate a new link somehow. And
Okay,
I'll have to ask one of the administrators of the
Right,
group
right,
to do that.
okay. All right, we'll
We have
follow up with
this-
that. At least
We have
we're
the same
finding something.
issue
Yes,
in the
Joseph.
German group at the moment. We have one administrator that can solve this problem. It's just to creating a new link. And the other thing I just wanted to tell, I don't know if it's 100% true, but the numbers of the groups, like the Cash One World Family, and sorry, Joseph Becker from Austria is speaking, forgot to tell my name. It's like the numbers, it's many bots are coming in, just computer characters. So little computer programs just to go into the group. And if members are coming in, then the bots are going out of the group just to hold the number like it is slowly going down. But instead, many members are coming in. This is something I have experienced over the years, because I thought, how is it possible that we're not growing in numbers?
Yeah, I noticed
So
that too.
I don't rely on the numbers, because I know we are millions more out in the field. Thank you.
And I didn't realize the links expire. I know the one that I joined a couple times for the other Telegram meetings, the link never seemed to expire. And now the one that just got put in our chat here is already expired.
Well, that link that I gave you, Mark, or that I posted, came from a long time ago. It's one of the original links we were using to invite people. So I don't know if there's a time limit on it, but what I do know is that you have to generate an invitation link. I believe I can't do it. You have to be an administrator, and then you have the option to create an invite link. I'll just have to ask.
Okay,
one of the-
Azar, are you an administrator on this group, perhaps? If you can hear me,
Which group you talking about?
the North American Telegram?
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
am one of the administration here.
Can you generate an invitation link?
Yeah, I can send invitation.
Can you post the?
I can
Okay.
put
The
I can
pin
do the
message.
I can send the invitation link. Like for example, I can post it in a North American, and anybody can go and join. And
We would like to pin it to the top of the group, and I had this invitation link that is not working, that is currently pinned at the top of the group. I had Ella do that, but she just pinned the link that I, said that I found that was from a long time ago, and apparently it's expired. So
okay,
could you
I
get
can
rid
do
of
it.
get rid of that one and generate a current invitation link and pin it to the top of the group?
Where is that one? When you say there's a link Ella put.
If you look in the group, there's a message pinned at the top, and it's an old invitation link.
Do we have to erase it, or we just can leave it?
I would rather get rid of it because apparently it's expired. Two people
Okay.
have tried it today from outside of the country, and they say they can't access it. It gives them a message that the link is expired.
Okay, and these groups, is there any limitation in the capacity, or no? There is no limitation.
I don't know. I don't think there's a.
I don't think we're
Unless-
close to it if there is.
No, I think if there was no limitation put on it, but I think Telegram might have some kind of a limitation like 5,000 or something, but I'm not certain of that.
Okay, I will see what I can do, and then I can communicate with you guys. It's no problem, Ed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I put the link many months ago. I use it for send for the other people and function. Try this. I put it in the chat.
Okay, you have a link there, this 1331477. Yes.
Yes, I have just tried. It doesn't work.
Lisa, could you put it in the Spanish group?
The one that you have just put in this chat. I click on this and gave the same. This link is not working. The same, not expired, but is not working. It's not allowed to go on. You see, there is some kind of blockage. I think you must create a new invitation. And if I can suggest to administration, you see we see the Italian group. We see in the
I just tried
one
it,
word.
and it still says you cannot access this page.
Yes. It's
Okay,
a
we'll
kind
be
of
following up with this, Ed and I and Azar and so on. We'll see if we
Yeah,
can
I
get
think
it.
it's easy.
I just put a link there. Try to see if it works.
Let's see.
You put it in the Telegram group?
See, I thought I was rather clever by
Yes,
getting
yes, I did.
more unconnected, but now I see that I outsmarted myself by not knowing enough about these computers.
Yes, Dean, the one that you placed it as well didn't work.
Okay, the one that Dean sent, I just got in right now
The second one?
with with the first one.
They're
Yes,
both the
link.
same.
Dean had the right link put into the chat. This link works. I have
I
tried
just
it
got
right
in right now. Cash American Corona team
So
with the first one.
okay, so Azar, the link that you just shared with us.
Isn't it the
apparently-
same one?
Yeah, me and Dean both shared it, and Azar put it in the Telegram group. Azar, I'm wondering if you can pin it to the top of the group.
Okay, let me see if, how it works. Hold on.
Because
Just
that
right-
one works. I just got in.
Okay, this will be great to start off the new year with a few more members, or maybe people stop trying to come in.
Ed, how do you pin something? I don't know how to pin it. How do I do it?
I don't know, because I'm not an administrator, but I think you just right click on the post
Okay,
with the link there, and it should give you the option to pin it, maybe.
okay.
You know, Mark, as a suggestion that I was saying that when you see there is a lot of, when you have an open link or invitation link.
There, you got it.
They put it bots. So many people enter with selling things, Bitcoins, and other types of advertisements. So the only way that we got, I believe in Brazil, that when they send it, you just go and denunciate as a spam, and there you must have someone that keeps doing this job. So they stop doing it. If you put it, you know, the fountain, you just
Okay, so the bots are the one that's canceling it out.
yeah, maybe
They
you
just
know.
try and join, and then too many.
Yeah.
Something is off. I sensed that a while ago. I couldn't understand why, and we're getting into it now. So this will be a great New Year's gift. Thank you, Ed, Azar, Jefferson, and the rest. So we'll be able to use it, and maybe it needs to be refreshed more often. Again, these bots or whatever are all over apparently.
Lisbeth, the link that you just posted, I think it doesn't work for me. It gives a message, it goes to a private group. I think we should use this new link that Azar just generated for us. It's up above, that me and Dean posted it, and it's also pinned in the North American group. For people who are there, they can share it.
We'll try to keep tabs on it. We're gonna upload something on Tuesday, Ed, you and I. So we'll double check and see if it's still working by Tuesday. If not, then we know there's some issue or something's going on, I would say. But again, I don't know. Go ahead.
The new one is working, apparently, and it's pinned at the top of the group now. But Lisbeth just posted another link, and it doesn't work for me. And when she posted it earlier, it didn't work for people. So I think maybe we should use the new link only. So I was just making a comment that we should probably just use the new link and not try to use any of these older ones.
Okay.
And after you have the new link, Azar, can you send it to Brazilian group? Because I don't know where is.
It's right above, Jefferson.
About where?
Up above in the chat, about 5 or 6 chats.
Okay, let me check it out.
You see Dean shared it and I shared it. I'll share it again.
You can also pin the meeting.
Pin the meeting. What? I'm not sure what you mean.
For example, today's meeting, today's workshop, you can pin that. That's what Liliana does. She pins the meeting. So you can just look for the
Marker, I can't do that because we're not administrators of the group. And so we would have to contact an administrator every time to pin the new meeting link.
That
And
would not
we would
be
have
good.
we would have to do that every week and replace it.
No,
So
but
I'm not,
can you place it on the world? Cache one world?
what, the recordings of the meetings?
No, the date of the meeting.
The link? Oh, the
No,
date
for
of the
example, the link. Yeah, the link for this Zoom meeting. For example, from next Sunday.
Okay.
Because there you might get more people to join.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
well, Ed, for me, it doesn't not work yet. I did it. I even copied this, put in the Google now to open in the browser, and it gives the same message. This link is expired in my system.
I just got in, but I only have, for example, 202 members, 37 online.
that sounds about
I'll
right.
try with another computer.
Okay. All right. Well,
That's from my cell phone.
at
The
least
computer uses to listen.
we're finding out something that we didn't know before, perhaps, and learning.
You know who's a computer with? Danilo.
Okay.
Danilo knows a lot of this. He's showed us a lot.
Okay, again, it's not rocket science, but you still need to know what you're doing to make these computers work properly. And again, I spent a number of years trying to become more unconnected from these systems, not getting more connected. So I thought I was clever, but now I realize that I'm short on the knowledge with the computer. Okay. If there's anything else from anyone else, Ed, did you want to add anything else? We will follow up on this and with Azar as well.
No, it looks like we just have to find out why it's not working for some and is for others.
Yep. Okay. Very good. Okay, I think I'm going to play the gift Mr. Kesh gave to the Chinese people and as well as all of humanity, which is the Cup of Life, which was recorded in January of 2020. So we're basically on 2 years, and it's helped millions of people and saved a lot of lives around the planet. So we want to make this available and take a little bit of the mystique out of these cups. And when people hear the name reactors and so on and so forth. And so I'm going to play that and then the final disclaimer. Is there anyone else who'd like to come in at this point and share anything? Please feel
Yes,
free. We
please.
have plenty of time. Yep.
I want to thank everybody for coming to the North American Corona Team International Team Meeting. I want to thank you profusely for, first of all, allowing me to make these presentations. It's very important for my own soul development. So I thank you for making that happen. I also want to thank you for the tremendous support that we've had all year. And we all know that in 48 hours, there's going to be changes. And it's a very important time. And so I'm so happy that you're all here to witness that. And I look forward to going together with all of you into the future, because the future is very bright. So please get your sunglasses out and let's enjoy what's coming down our path. So on that note, the best of the season to you all. And I hope to see you next week. And on that note, I'm going to pass it over to you, Mark. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And stay well, everyone. Always well. We do have the One Planet, One Nation, One Race coming up on Tuesday, which is Mitra's birthday. And of course, TV Galactica, which I think this week will be without Marie for a reason or so, but it'll just be the Portuguese team there. On Wednesdays, we have the Kesh Plasma Reactor Group at 7 a.m. Also, of course, the Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursdays. And then there's a Portuguese meeting on Friday evening as well. But there's many other public meetings. I also want to say for the private students, Jalal will be continuing as he did last week and so on with a private teaching in English. And that is normally at 10 a.m. Central European time. So if you're a private student, you can get into that room. And Jalal, again, delivers a beautiful teaching every time he appears. So we want to thank Jalal for all his service in the community as well. And that's on Monday, Tuesdays, and Fridays. Anything else from anyone else? So I'm going to play the Cup of Life, the original video that Mr. Kesh had put together, I guess just before he went on the plane or so on and so forth. And it's obviously millions of people have been affected by it, at least even been intrigued by what Mr. Kesh has delivered. And again, the first time humanity has ever learned to drain energy from a small battery, let's say. And that's how we refer to these little energy packages that we're dealing with. So I want to thank you all. And thank you, Lisbeth, and everyone else, Diane, Patricia, Francine, Steph, Ed, Azar, and all the rest I didn't mention. So I'm going to play this, and this goes on, and many of you have seen it before. So if you can't stay, that's fine. But remember, it'll be here, or there'll be a link that you can copy and find this for anyone you'd like to share it with. But in this teaching, it'll be found near the end. And if anyone would like to see this, again, first time in the history of man that we've learned how to do this through the gifts of the Kesh Foundation, of course, Mr. Kesh. So thank you again. Anyone else want to add anything else before we watch this last clip, which again is 19 minutes. And then we'll put the final disclaimer up, and the meeting will be posted within the next couple hours as soon as it's rendered.
Hi, Mark. I just wanted to, I'm going to
hello,
join.
Gail. I've been thinking of you in South Africa. Can you share?
Well, it's kind of nice down here. We're getting lots of rain, which is a miracle. and the weather is not too hot and not too cold, so it's pretty good. I'm making you feel a little bit, you know, you're getting Christmas weather, I think, so that's all right. I just wanted to ask you, when you're putting this, or where Azar put her link, and I'm in my Telegram here, where exactly do I put the links that are sent? Like, do I have to do it from my browser, or do I go into my Telegram?
My knowledge is lower than yours, so maybe Ed could shape us up on this question.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Okay, if I'm in my Telegram and I've got all these groups, one of them being from Canada and then others, where do I, like, what do I do with the link that has been sent? Do I put something into the Telegram, or do I have to use my browser somehow?
So you want to share it with all these other Telegram groups that you have?
Well, I want to put it into my Telegram. I don't have it in.
Okay, the link that Azar just generated is up at the top. It's pinned to the top of the American Telegram, Corona Telegram group. So it's always there for you to get it if you need it.
But
Now,
where do you find you said the American Telegram? That may be the problem. Okay, for me, I have
are you not part of
Canadian.
the group?
Yeah, I don't know. I use the Canadian links.
You use the links for people to join the Canadian group, is what you're saying.
Like, that's where I joined. So I then want to put one for the North American. So I take.
You want to put one.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what you're saying. You want to share it with people, or you just want to have the link for your own self?
Well, I want to have that group on my Telegram. I don't have it at the moment.
Okay, just click the link and join then.
So I do that in Telegram.
You can do it right from this, the link shared here.
Okay.
Or she can do it in the cache, but you're not in that group, you're saying, so you're not.
Gail, are you in the Cache One World family?
Yes.
Okay, so you just press the link that Dean sent?
Mm-hmm.
And
I'll do that in our chat.
Yeah, go in with your phone, with your cell phone, go into Cache One World family. And
right
then look
now
for
on my, yeah.
Spring Solar. And then look for Dean's link, and that should get you in.
Okay, I'm going back to One World Family. Akipa, Corona, North America.
And that should get you in.
Now, why am I not getting in? Okay, submit, oh no, application process to apply as a student. That's what I see at the.
No, the link that Ed just sent.
Yeah, I'm trying to find. So it's under One World Family. I don't see it pinned.
No, it's not pinned. It's in the chat.
Okay. All right. I'll just go. Oh, no wonder I'm at 400. Okay, wait. There we go. Okay, so I see Ying has.
Go all the way down, and then it's one of the last links.
Okay, there's one message from Ying. North American Corona team. Okay, hold on. And there's Ed. Okay, and then
that's the link.
Okay. 96.
No, the one that I shared
Zoom link.
is a Zoom.
No, not a link. Let me get out of here.
Okay, Gail.
Yes.
I'm gonna post it to you personally in Telegram.
Okay, that's easy for me then. And then when I click on the link, as you send it to me, I should be able to add that group.
Yeah, I just sent it to you personally in Telegram, so you should just click on the link and you should be able to just join the group.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you, Gail.
And you've probably learned a little bit there, Mark.
Yeah, very cool. For some reason, I just have an adverse reaction to these computers. I don't know what it
I
is,
don't
but they're
blame
very
you.
useful when they work and you're sharing great information. They're very powerful tools. For some
Absolutely.
reason, it never linked up with me. So, but anyway, I've learned more. And a little more.
Well, I've noted a huge information gathering that you've been doing. So you're really moving ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And hope everything is well in South Africa.
At the moment, yes, but you never know. We're always waiting for the hammer to fall, but
Yeah.
at the moment, it's okay.
Great,
It's okay.
great. Well, we've missed you, and I didn't see you in the last few classes, and I was wondering if everything was
Well,
well.
I did have a problem with my router. I had to, the second time in a week, I had to go and
Yep.
try and get that done. But anyway, guys, I'm glad to hear your voices.
And you're so clear today. It's almost like you're next
Isn't
door.
that
It's
amazing?
amazing. It's just one extreme to the other.
Yeah, exactly.
We elevate South Africa as well.
Oh, yes. Thank you for that. Thank you on behalf of everybody.
Okay, last call. Anyone want to make another comment? Something they might have missed or wanted to say, but you're hesitant on opening the mic? Please feel free. Otherwise, we're going to end with the 1 cup video from Mr. Cash from January of 2020. Okay, great. Thank you all for attending. Have a wonderful holiday. We will meet next week and continue to meet. And I think we'll start to see the numbers grow. But again, as these different forms of energy pop up, I think our group will be called on to do more in the near future. And let's see how all that works out. Continue to elevate the souls in Vienna and all across humanity, but especially there, because this is all the technology is on the table. The exhibition center is open to these world leaders and so on. So it's just a matter of the souls working together and elevating, and let's see what happens. Thank you all for your service to the community. And I'll play this next clip now. Again, it's 19 minutes. Many of you have seen it, so don't feel you have to stay for the whole presentation. You can just leave a trace of your soul. We recognize that, so thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon to you, whenever and wherever you listen to this recording. My name is Mehran Kesh, the head of Kesh Foundation, and as a Iranian nuclear physicist, we have developed technologies for space which can be applied and has been applied in China in past few years to see how we can improve the life of people in China, be it in the agriculture, be it for health, be it for production of material. In the past 2 years, when I stayed in China, we tried to show that this new technology can help with viruses. As you know, the African pig swan flu has killed many pigs. In the trial, which we were asked to participate in, where 829 pigs were affected by the virus, tested and confirmed. When we entered the process to help, after 2 weeks, we saved 725 pigs carrying the virus. This is one of the most difficult viruses to handle. At the same time, we have participated in agricultural growth in Inner Mongolia and northern part of China, and we have increased the harvest drastically. We have now factories in China, and in that process, we are trying to change and help the Chinese nation and technology and the industry and farming. Today is the Chinese New Year, and we know that a new problem has started for China. The new flu has already claimed many lives, and we know the flu is a virus. Up to today, in the world of science, there has never been a solution for viruses because we never understood what a virus is. Now, with the new technology, we understand what a virus is. And as the new technology depends on plasma technology, we can reduce the effect of the virus energy. What virus does that we understand now is an energy pack which itself attaches to a cell and it takes the energy from the cell and in that case creates death of the cell and the death of the animal or a human being. With this new technology, what we do, we bring the plasma, which is more or less in this shape you see at the bottom of the cup, near to the cell. And then the virus gives its energy to this material and lets the cell go. And then we see eradication of it. We developed this technology because we are a space program. And in a space, we don't have microbes and bacteria. We have viruses, energy packs, which attach ourselves to themselves. And then it creates a huge problem. And it can cause a lot of death in the space. So we had to develop a technology for viruses. And now, in this time, when China is in trouble with this new virus where humans and many have died, we introduced this not only to help you, but to help the nation, and in a way to change the course. What I'm going to show you is going to cost you 1 RMB to save your life. We call this the cup of life. 1 cup, 1 life. You can make it at home. Drink only the water, the clear water. Never drink the material. Wash your face with it, wear the mask with it, and then you will see, even if you have a fever, the fever comes down. And then you see the other effects. Then, if we can eradicate all the problem, at least the doctors can help you with the rest of it. This water has been certified. Just passed the test that is not poisoning, and is already used in a hospital in Guangzhou for another application by a pharmaceutical company. Belongs to the Keshe Foundation. This is the newest space technology. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you how to make 1 cup, 1 life. It's very simple. Look around your house. See what materials you have in the house. Something you don't need anymore. Take the wire. Cut the wire off and take the middle wires out. Usually you have 3 wires in China. Take these out and then strip the plastic and cut it about 30 centimeters. You can cut as many as these you like. What you do, you take the copper, take a pencil and just simply twist. Twist the copper around the pen that you get a spine. Very simple. Now you have a very small piece. You can make as many of these and put them together or connect them together. This is the first part. The second part of this is you take another one of these wires and you twist it very tight, very, very tight. And then this is the trick of the game. This is where you become more advanced than the scientists in Beijing universities and most of the universities around the world. We call it the nanotechnology. I'll show you how to make a very fast nanomaterial. This is a key to your life. This is what saves lives. This is what changes life. In the house, you usually have the Chinese pans. You create fire to cook. Here, I have a torch. The system, very simple. I need this. What I do, I reduce it. We need a high temperature. The copper has to go red. If it doesn't go red, it doesn't work. You put the copper on the fire and you wait for it to go red. As it goes red, you start moving. You start moving very, very slowly till you see it going red, and then you start moving. You see it? If you look, the copper stays continuously red. And then you carry on. Very, very slowly. Very, very slow. You keep the copper in a red color. It has to stay red. And then, you see it? You come all the way, very slowly. Very, very slow. You come to the end of it. Some of the wire might bend, it doesn't matter. But you go to the end. Make sure everything has to be black. You can't have any metal. Just watch. You see it? It goes red. The other part is a little bit left. You go red. Let it cool for a few seconds. And then, when it cools down, you do exactly as what you did before. You take it, still hot, and what you do, you place it back again, the same as on the pen, and you twist it around the pen. You'll find out you find some pieces already opened up. It doesn't matter. This is good. And then you follow it till it's totally finished. And then you push it back and bring all the wires together that they stick. There is nothing staying out. Now you have another spring. Look. Okay. Now you have one which is natural, one which is nano-coated. This is the edge of technology. Now you need something else. In all the homes, we find batteries. The batteries which they carry zinc or zinc material. If it's a metal one, it's no good. You can put a magnet on it and it sticks. You need a piece of zinc, or you can find a piece of zinc from the roof or from anywhere if you cannot find a battery, but it's usually in the batteries. You get it and you just fold it. Now what we do, we get a cup. That's what we call it, one cup, one life. You hang this one on one side. You hang the other one on the other side. And then I recommend you to get a hard piece of wire and turn it to this shape and hold it, put it on the top. Now you have made yourself a very simple system. You need to hang this on the middle. There we are. When you hang it like this, now you place it in the middle. As simple as that. Now we move to the final stage. As you know, we need to connect the three pieces together. You need to connect the plate to itself. This is from your battery, or you have it a zinc from somewhere. Then you connect the middle part again on the leg, very simply, to another piece. Then what you need to do, just make sure it's tight, very tight. And then you place it back in the cup. Then the third wire. What you do with the third wire is very simple. You connect it again to the bottom, to the end of this wire. Then just twist it, that it stays tight, bring it back and hang it inside. Very simple. Now you have, I show you, 3 wires and 3 pieces. What you need to do is very simple. You can do one thing. You can, to speed up, to make the material very fast, take an old battery, very old battery, not much power in it, and connect the 2 outside together and get a tape, a simple tape, and connect this to the top of the battery. That's all you need to do. Just make sure you have the tape and you have this, and you connect it directly to the top. Make sure it's tight. You get another piece of tape and you connect the bottom to the center. Of the battery. So now we have a system. You have the 2 wires. You have to make sure none of these touches. But this process, a cup of life of man, 1 cup, 1 life, needs water. This water, you take a tap water and you add salt to it, cooking salt. You add about 15% for 1 liter, 150 grams is good. And you stir it till it's fully done. Then, now you start saving your life. Just fill it up. You don't need to do anything else. Just fill it up to the top. Leave it. You will start seeing bubbles. Make sure everything is inside. And if you look, already bubbles start coming up. What are you going to get? A water like this. You see whitish greenish material goes to the bottom and you get a very clear water. You never drink or touch the green part. You just let everything to settle. When it's clean and clear, you drink about 100 ml, 200 milliliter of it. And then you wash your face and you wash your hands with it. And then most of you at the moment, to the fear of what is going to happen, you are wearing these masks which you put in front of your face, or a tea towel, or any towel or a piece of cloth. You wet it with the same water and you hold it and you put it in front of your mouth. You breathe as much as possible every day. You just wet the mask. And then you have to make sure that when you make the fresh water will be salty. Try to wash the salt off. You wash it, you let it settle, you put more water in it, you let it settle, and in that process you go as much as you like. When you emptied, when you took this material out of the bottom, you can put more salt water and keep it going. It keeps on producing. You can give another cup to another friend. You can save another life to your neighbors and keep on producing and teach them what to do. And then what you do, you keep on filling it up. You drink from it, you let it settle. You keep on drinking, washing your cloth, washing your nose, washing your face, your head, and keeping the mask continuously wet in front of your mouth. So what you can do on the other hand is, as you're walking around the town, just carry it, put the water in a spray, and just spray it on the cloth on your mask. That's all it does. You see anybody says, I have a temperature, give it to them. That's all it does. It saves a life with just one spray. This is a space technology. It looks very simple because we made it simple. You got to understand, this technology is very advanced on the other hand, where very soon you will see these machines where we'll do the same in more effective way, made in China, will be exported around the world. I brought this technology, one cup, one life, because every life has to be respected. And I love to be part of the Chinese community to see that the new year becomes a pleasurable year. This is my gift, the gift from Keshe Foundation to the Chinese nation. Use it, understand what you're doing, and give a cup to the man. Teach the man how to make it. Once you learn this one, if another 5 years, another 10 years, there is another virus, that's all you need to do. Just make a very simple system. One cup, one life, less than 1 RMB. It's worth testing, and then teach it freely. We have opened a website that in this program you see at the bottom. You have a problem, get in touch with Keshe Plasma China at 163.com. You can be helped there, and then we can teach you how to do it and teach the others. It doesn't take long. If you leave it for about half a day or so, you will start seeing the material appears, and that's all you need to do. Thank you very much. A happy new year. I hope you enjoyed the gift of life which I've given you as one cup, one life. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.